each other at the up against here this afternoon. So we will be in for a really good game of cricket. The weather has been favorable thus far and has given us the opportunity to bring this match to you. We've got some good sunshine, nice stiff breeze as well. A few clouds in the sky, but Doc, it's going to be another enthralling encounter here this afternoon again.
Yes, it does promise to be a very exciting game, and these two sides have developed somewhat of a rivalry, going up against each other a few times. And the one game that the Razor Massives did win, as you mentioned, was that third place player against the Pointers, where it took some good bowling at the end, and I believe Horace Smith got the crucial wicket to give the Razor Massives the victory in that encounter. The umpires are in the middle. The Razor Massives have strolled onto the field, and the Pointers batters are making their way out as well. It will be the man Newman, I believe, back with Damari Prince coming into this APL for the first time, batting with the Pointers. So we keep a batsman also bowled a bit of off spin, very versatile. I think at number 8.
Certainly, and Prince, I think he was on a short stint as well in St. Kitts, playing some 50 overs a side cricket, and he will certainly be in form, in good nick, having some good practice in the solitary match. He was here for the fundraiser for the St. Vincent fundraising cause, that is. He did score heavily, and I'm certainly sure that he will be chomping at the bit here with these bowlers to see how well he can put on a total here for the Pointers as well. The Pointers, they are, well, today without one of their heavily contributed scorers in last year's tournament in the person of Omari Banks as well, but they have started the new setup, like you mentioned, the likes of Oliver Walker and the likes. Certainly sure that they will be in with a chance to put a score here on the board that can pose a challenge to the Razor Massive as well.
There's also the man Newman, that's Tarek Newman. He's a St. Kitts youth player, played for the St. Kitts youth side, as we're seeing that it will be the Razor Massive will be bowling from the commentary box, and for the Hookers, it is the Brown will be taking the new ball for them. The Razor Massive, they have, of course, the man Ashana Hodge, who scored last year's tournament. He is also a medium pace bowler. He may be taking the new ball as well, just a suspicion. We also have the man Rolando Wright, who's a very good left-arm off-spinner who could prove dangerous. He may be probably the most premier spinner we would have seen thus far in the tournament.
And as well, too, we can't get the likes of the veteran as mobile as he would we would like for him to be, but he's still got an eye for the ball and can put them over the boundary as well. So all in all here, I think this is going to be a keenly contested match as we just await some, preliminary, housekeeping duties, so to speak. The wicket keeper has gone to just get maybe just a little bit of gear.
I think it'll be changing wicket keepers. We know that it was Challenger who first had on the wicket keeping gear, but Kishon Richardson, he does deputize as a wicket keeper, and he'll be putting on the keeping uniform right now. So we're just waiting on Keyshawn to get changed, and we will be able to start this keenly contested contest as Sean Hodge makes his way onto the field as well. Final checks being made by the umpires, and both batsmen getting acquainted with this brand new playing surface, a completely remodeled playing surface that, as I was informed, will only get better as the tournament goes on. And with how good it looked yesterday, it does promise to be a very, very good pitch. A lot in it for both bat and ball.
Certainly. And just to take you back, yesterday we would have kick-started this tournament for 2022. We had the Beamers. They came up against the Foreign Stars. The Beamers and their turn at bat scored 110 all out. And it was the Foreign Stars who overhauled that total easily. In the end, the main contributors for the Beamers was Akeem Saunders. He scored some 29 runs off 22 balls. And Giovanni Gum, 30 off 22 balls, bowling for the Foreign Stars. We had some good bowling figures all round in total, with the pick of the bowlers being Benjamin bowling some 4 overs for 21 runs and picking up 6 wickets, and a really good start for the Foreign Stars as well.
So it was a good spell of bowling by Shiv Benjamin, bowling some left arm pace coming in from that central polyclinic end. Over the wicket, he was bowling some lovely deliveries, and he really cleaned up the lower order in a relatively quick fashion. As we are just moments away now from the start of this one, Damari Prince will be taking first strike. Keyshawn is behind the stumps, and Eversley Brown will be momentarily making his way up to his mark. Deep third man, deep fine leg, the 2 men out. One slip, a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, mid-on. Now a cover goes into place. So it's a backward point, a cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep fine leg, deep third man, and a single slip as it's Eversley Brown from the commentary box end. He'll be bowling right arm over the wickets. Breaks into his run now. Brown into bowl to Prince and to this delivery. Prince was trying to turn into the leg side, but it is down the leg side. It will be a wide, and we have gotten the scoring off. It's 1 without loss, without a delivery bowled. Brown with a much more abbreviated run up. Just trying to work on controlling the new ball. Eversley Brown, once again, 23 on his back, runs away from us now, into bowl to Damari Prince, and it's a much better line and length from Eversley Brown, forcing Prince back, and he can only block it down to a short extra cover. It will not be any run. 1 without loss here, after just 1 delivery bowled, as it's the Razor Massives. They are taking on the Pointers, the Razor Massives from Island Harbour, Pointers from Boeing Point. Eversley Brown into ball to Prince again, and Prince is driving down towards mid-wicket. It gets past the man at short mid-wicket. They will get one. Newman is turning, looking for the second, and they will get the second relatively easily.
So yes, Brown just coming off of a gentle run-up. I'm not too sure whether or not he would have looked at yesterday's match as well. Similar run-up to that of Ferguson.
Brown again into bowl to Prince, and that's a good Yorker there. Prince can only dig it out down towards mid-on. It will be no run. Yes, Eversley Brown, a veteran, bowling some right arm medium pace, getting a bit of swing assistance from the breeze from east to west. Brown again into bowl to Prince, runs a full toss and driven down towards mid-on, past the mid-on fielder. It will just race into the boundary here for 4. It was a gentle full toss, and Prince said thank you very much. Down to the boundary, 4 runs.
A gentle full toss and the pads, and Prince just pushing that left leg and just pushing it on the onside for 4, showing that he has been playing some cricket as well, not missing the opportunity, but badly lined here by Brown.
Damari Prince with a very good stroke. That's Brown into bowl to Prince. That's a much better line there, and the length was a lot shorter, forcing Prince back once again. It's a dot ball. Just about maybe on a good length, maybe back of a good length. And force Prince back just a bit. You know, Prince is not the most tall figure. He's a wicket keeper, so he's a bit diminutive. And the good length forced him back as it's Eversley Brown. Now past the umpire into ball to the Murray Prince, and Prince is forward and leaves this one alone. Keyshawn Richardson does the glove work. So at the end of over number 1, it is 7 without loss.
So at the end of over number 1 in this encounter here this afternoon, 7 without loss. We just had an over ball there by Eversley Brown. We know Brown to be in previous years of very much express pace, but this time just coming off of a gentle run up and putting the ball in target, aside from the wide and that bad line ball that was struck on the onside for 4. In all, we could feel comfortable with the first over, just allowing some 7 runs in this encounter. Prince looked the part, getting to the line and getting to the pitch as well, leaving that last delivery alone, and showing us that he is seeing it and seeing it as well as he can at the start of this innings. So
for the first time in this APL, we'll also be seeing Tariq Newman. Newman, aforementioned former St. Kitts and Nevis youth player.
Is he residing in Anguilla?
I'm not exactly certain. I will have to do my due diligence on him, but I think it will be Rolando Wright be taking up the attack from the polyclinic end. Right, a left-arm off-spin bowler. He did bowl extremely well in last year's APL. Right, he'll be bowling up over the wicket to a new man, the left-handed Tariq Newman. It's going to be right now into ball to Newman, and it's short, but Newman tried to cut, but the pace was a bit too hot for him there. Through to wicketkeeper Keyshawn Richardson. Right, he does like to bowl a bit faster in the power play. This is in again into ball to Newman, who's back and trying to cut, but straight to Ashawn Hodge, who is at backward point. There will be no run. It's a long on and a deep mid wicket. The 2 men back for Tariq Newman. Also has a short fine leg and a mid wicket in the circle. Right, into ball to Newman, and Newman is trying to heave it down towards the long on fence, but good stopping there by Rolando Wright, the bowler. It will be no run.
Certainly Newman is trying to get onto every ball and really winding up, making sure he gets solid contact, but so far the bowler has been very good.
Right again into ball to Newman, who's back and cutting furiously. That will raise him to the point boundary for 4 runs.
Certainly good shot there, typical left-hander shot, just easing the back on the back foot and just punching that one, and it raced across the outfield and into the boundary for 4 there. And just as he would have wanted to start here this afternoon, getting off with 4 runs and making sure that he got good connection on that one as well. There's no chance for the fielders there at all.
The line was a bit too wide from Wright, as Wright is in again to bowl to Newman. That's a much better line, forcing Newman to only cut it back to the bowler. He will not get any runs. The length from Wright is a bit risky because it's shorter, but he has to be straight with it to force the batsman into uncomfortable shots. Right again to Newman. Short again, and again it forced Newman to try and cut, but it turned a bit off the surface and it choked him up just a bit there. So at the end of over number 2, the pointers, they are 11 without loss.
And yes, as did Eversley Brown after he was pushed for 4, right, coming back strongly to close out the end of the over there. And just tucking up Newman just a little bit after he would have played an exquisite drive through the outfield there for 4 runs, coming back nicely and tucking him up and keeping, getting the ball a lot more closer to him and not giving the room and the width that he would have wanted.
Brown now into ball to Damari Prince, and Prince is driving down to mid-on, but straight to the fielder. He will not get a run. Speaking of the man on the right, he was miserly last season. only going at an economy rate of a 5.16, picking up 7 wickets. But it's Eversley Brown. Passes the umpire into ball to Prince, and Prince is pushing into the offside, trying to get a quick single. He will be able to do so with alertness by Tariq Newman. So moves on to 12. 12 without loss in the course of over number 3. And so the first time, Eversley Brown will have to bowl to the left-hander and Tariq Newman. Field shifts over, so does the umpire. Sean Archie is trying to decide whether he wants 4 men on the leg side or just the 3. He decides to go with 3. So it's a short extra cover and the cover being put in place. Eversley Brown bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. Brown breaks into his jog now. Past the umpire into ball to Newman, and Newman is driving down to mid-off. He will not get, yes, he will get a run because it was a misfield there. He got down well, but the ball passed through his legs, and they can scamper through for a single.
Yes, got down in the approved fashion there, but not able to gather it as he would have wanted. And the ball just trickling to the back of him and allowing the batter to run through for a single.
Brown now. Into ball to Damari Prince, and Prince is trying to drive, but gets this one off the toe of the bat. It just trickles down to backward point for no run. Of course, the Razor Masters without Vigliff Gums in this tournament. He was one of their leading wicket takers and one of their better pace bowlers. He picked up 6 wickets last tournament. Not around for this one, as here comes Brown again to bowl to Prince, and Prince's backhand defensively pushing to extra cover will not get a run. It's been a good over from Eversley Brown thus far.
Yes, certainly it's been a good over by Brown, coming back nicely.
Brown into ball to Prince, and Prince is getting this one off the edge. It flies past first slip down to the third man boundary. They will get a single. But Prince was going for a very big heave into the leg side, swinging maybe a bit too hard. And at the end of the over, another very good over from Eversley Brown. A slow start for the Pointers. It's 14 without loss after 3.
It's 14 without loss after 3, and the batsmen are just getting a little bit too aggressive in terms of trying to play their shots. So we saw Prince after that on drive for 4 has certainly not looked as sure of himself as he would like to be. Just rushing the shots off of good bowling from Brown, I must say, coming back in this over and just allowing some 3 runs off of that, his second over. The batters will certainly need to know for a fact that they still have time on their hand. They're not chasing a score. They're just about setting a score and will want to settle down a bit more, judge the pace and the bounce of the ball and try to play each ball and its merit and try to look for the loose balls as they come their way.
It's going to be Rolando Wright, the left arm spinner, who will be going between umpire and stumps to the right-handed Damari Prince. Changing the field, it's a long off and a deep mid wicket. The 2 fielders on the boundary as Rolando Wright, the man they call Bob, is into ball to Damari Prince. This one directed down towards the leg stump, and Prince pushes to mid wicket for no run. Right. Back again into ball to Damari Prince, and Prince is trying to guide one down to short third man, but he will not get a run either. As Wright, he's in again. And into ball to Damari Prince, and again Prince doesn't have much room, but he will tuck it in towards the vacant square leg area for a single.
Just tucking it there into the onside there and picking up an easy single. And I guess from that second over, just saying maybe I just need to just be patient and try to play the best of my innings as best as I can, not to give it away so early in the start of the innings.
Right to Newman. This one is shorter and wider, and Newman heaves it up and over the mid-off area. He will get 4 runs.
Yes, like he would have started from ball one, making sure that he gets good contact. This time he did. Man down there and the long off boundary. Certainly didn't have a chance. They're probably just in a little too far, and the ball just fell over his head and dropped into the boundary for 4 good runs.
Right again into Bolton Newman, and Newman is heaving this one. It goes high. There's a man coming in, a man going back, and it falls right in between the two of them. A risky shot from Newman. He didn't get any of that one. It just went high, but luckily for him, the long on was back, and the mid-off was up, and it fell between the two of them.
Yes, and almost it appears as if the wind was holding up the ball. I thought the fielder could have gotten a lot closer to it, but in the end it fell in between the two fielders there, and they only got a single. So I'm sure that 2 runs could have been had there.
Right to the Mario Prince, and Prince is forward, pushing down towards a short third man. He will not get any runs. So that's the end of 4 overs. It's been pretty economical thus far. And at the end of 4, it is the Pointers who are 20 without loss.
So without loss. Over number 4. It's very overcast here, and in fact we are seeing the rains just to the west of us seem to be coming in. It's Wesley Brown with number 23 on his back, rolls the ball on his trousers, looks around, ensure that his fielders are in the place, and he's ready to go. Here is Brown, move away from us here. The commentator's booth to bowl to the left-handed Newman. Newman is driving to extra cover, can't score. The man in attendance there is Sean Hodge. Say welcome and good evening to the man next to me. You know him as Sambo. You'll hear from him in just a while. New kid on the block. Welcome him to the commentary team. It's Brown. From this commentator's booth moves away to bowl to Newman. Newman to this delivery is getting a good one that is jumping on him, looking to steer past backward point. Didn't get an edge. Fortunate for him. Score remains on 20. 20 for no loss. We say happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, those who are locked in with us. Here is Brown to bowl to Newman. Newman to this delivery is pushing this one. Shot mid off. Can't score. Score remains on 20. It's been that kind of day here in Anguilla. A very overcast, murky day. Very murky. Here is Brown again to bowl to Newman. And Newman to this delivery is walking down the track and driving handsomely. This is going to get close to the fence. In fact, you can give up the chase now. It goes into the fence. That goes away to the long off boundary for 4.
Yeah, that was a very good shot by Newman. He played it with explicit glory. He tried to chase it, but the ball won the battle into the boundary for 4 runs.
Well, good looking stroke there from Newman, showing some aggression. We are in number 5 and with 1 over remaining in the power play with only the fine leg and 2 man allowed out, and we have the 3rd man and fine leg. Now there is some adjustment. They're asking and a long offer to go on the fence, and the 3rd man is going to come up on the 30-meter ring, 30-yard ring. Here is Brown to bowl to Newman. Bowl to Newman. Newman is driving again. This one, it's getting a quad bounce there. The man had shortened it off. Sticks it on the body. Can't prevent the single, and Newman moves on by 1, and the total to 25. So Newman is on 15, Prince is on 9. Total in the 5th over is 25. Scoring just about 5 runs and over. They will have to look to up the tempo, but they're setting a nice foundation. Here is Brown to bowl to Prince, the right-handed batsman Prince. Prince is pulling this one well, 4 runs.
Yes, he played it over the leg side into the boundary for 4. And that is his trademark stroke. He played it very well in the air, but safe to the boundary for 4 runs.
That's the end of over number 5. And Prince using the power play advantage. No man back there at square, and place it well backward of square, and it raced over this very fast outfield here at the James Ronald Webster Park. Went away for 4 with 1 over him in the power play. It's 29 for no loss. Remember yesterday, the opening day of season 2 of the APL, it was the Beamers, one of the last year's finalists, who took on the newcomers, the Foreign Stars. And the Foreign Stars really made a good showing, and dismissing Beamers for 110, and made very light work of that, bringing up their first victory of the tournament. Starting on a good footing, and really staking a claim and making a name for themselves. It's going to be a bowling change from the far end. And it's that seems to be Brian, who's going to be taking up the bowling attack from the far end. It's going to be bowling to the left-handed batsman of Newman. Newman, not bad at all. He's an all-arounder. And I really think that he's better with the ball than the bat. He's not a bad batsman at all. But you will see him in the second innings. And he has, has come through the ranks of youth cricket for St. Kitts. Here is Brian to bowl to Newman. To this delivery, Newman is getting one of the shots. And he gets it on the offside. Looking for a single. And no backing up there. Challenger was coming in to the stumps. And the Challenger had to take evasive action. The ball goes to the fence and away for 4.
Yes, no one was back
so
at the time, and
that's
that ball just
5 runs. 5 runs added to the total. 5 runs to Newman. Newman moves on to 20. Newman moves on to 20 and the total to 34. 34 for no loss.
We are in 6 over, 34 for no loss. They are going very steady. It will put them just about 124 runs if they continue at that pace.
Well, they will really have to step it up. They will be looking to step it up with the likes of Leon Lake, Delano Mossington, and the likes to come. Have a really good batting lineup. Walker, we saw him last time around. We know he can really hit a big ball. Well, the rains are with us. The umpire said it's not enough to trouble us, so we will play cricket still. Prince stops away at the crease to this delivery. Prince is leaving one alone outside the line of the off. Some good delivery, good line, good length. Prince shoulder in arms. Decision not to play. Kishan Richardson with number 19 on his back, doing the keeping duties for the Razor Massive. Here It's Prince again, taps away, waits over Brian. To this delivery, oh, he's falling over. And Prince pushing through the onside, can't score.
Yes, he used the extra energy, so he fell flat in doing that delivery. But there's a slight drizzle coming down, and umpire say it is okay to play still.
Yes, it's very well okay. And this looks like a blowover. And here is a Prince again, taps away at the crease. Waits for Brian. He's hitting this one. It's in the air. He's shot. Straight in, straight out. Challenger straight into his arms. Straight into his arms. And it goes down. Challenger, the guilty party there. And Prince lives to fight on. Not a better opportunity you would have asked on the brink of what we think is going to be a break. Here is Brian to bowl to Prince. Prince is looking to pull. No ball, call and signal. No ball. So the total moves on to 1 by to 35. 35, no ball. It's going to be a free hit. Prince is going to enjoy this. Prince with a free hit. Prince stops away. And he looks. Is he going to make use of it? He hits this high and hard. Is it going to go all the way? It has. High and hard. Handsome over long off. It goes away for 6. And what a glorious stroke. What a way to respond.
Yes, he played a very good hook shot here over mid-off into the boundary for 6. Yes, he should have been out a ball ago. But Challenger dropped that catch. And he's paying the penalty for it. Yes,
Challenger. We'll have to start counting now. That is 7 runs. 7 runs. No ball. That's 1 run. 6 runs. So you will have to start counting. These are runs that Challenger will have to make. He owes the team. Prince hitting one straight down his throat, and he dropped it. Prince stops away. And to this delivery, he's punching well. Runs written all of over this one. And it's 4 more. That's a glorious stroke. Well, the outfield are not very accommodative to right. And in the end, right dive into his left. Couldn't make the save, and the ball races away over this fast, very fast. James Ronald Webster Park outfield, and it goes away for 4.
Yes, he played that cut shot very well indeed. There was 4 runs written over it from the time it left the bat. A very good shot indeed.
Prince moves on to 23. The total to 45 at the end of over number 5. And Challenger has 4 more added. That is now 11 to his total that he will have to compensate the team for. That's one thing that you don't want to do. You don't want to drop any catches. No fielder want to. But there are some batsmen that you just do not want to drop. Prince is one of the likes. He's a very stubborn youngster.
You see, when a catch comes to you, you have to try your best to hold on to it. Because it costs the team. That is runs you have to score yourself. When you should have been dismissed a few balls ago.
Yes. It causes the morale in the team to drop at times. That's not what the Razor Massive would want, though. They would want to pick their heads up and say that that's in the past. That's all in the past. And let's,
So they are scoring at exactly 9 runs and over.
Here is Brown to Newman. To this delivery, Newman is playing it in the offside. He's going to get a single. Can't stop the single. Moves on to 21 Newman. With him, his opening partner is on 23. The total is 46. 46. 46 for no loss. 46 for no loss. It is Brown We'll wait as he sees Prince is looking around. Prince looks around the field. Brown is making some adjustments to his field. We wait. Brown is ready now. Brown runs away to ball to Prince. Prince to the delivery. He's hitting this one. Straight back over the head of Brown. The long off. Fields. It's very straight. Sends the return. Can't prevent the single. Total moves on to 47. Prince inches on. He's on 24. Was dropped on 13.
So he has made progress from the drop, and he's sticking on very steadily here.
Here is Brown making adjustments. Long on, long off. Deep extra cover. Here is Brown to bowl to Newman. Newman is hitting this one in the air, but short of the man there at short extra cover. Mid wicket, man forward of square. Man the third man boundary, a fine leg. And at here is Newman. Newman is pushing this one to the right of Brown. You've gone for one. You're going to look for a second. Prince is coming back. Newman is going to go through, and they're going to get the second run too. Newman moves on to 24. 23, sorry. Newman to 23. Prince is on 24. Total moves on to 49. 49 for no loss. Over number 7, here is Brown to bowl to Newman. Newman is hitting this one in there. True backward point. They've gone for one. The man right on the boundary goes to his right. Makes the stop. Not cleanly. Sends the return. Prince was interested in the second. Not Newman though. Newman said, I'm going to settle for one. That's not two, he says. The 50 has been raised. 50 for no loss. In the course of over number 7, Newman is on 24. Each batsman on 24. Here is Brown. The lone extra being a no ball. Here is Brown to bowl to Prince. Prince is getting one of his full pitch Yorker. They've gone for one. They're going to look for a second. No, and Prince is interested, not Newman. End of over number 7, and at the end of 7, it's a 51. 51 for no loss. Good steady going here by the Pointers.
Yeah, Pointers is going very steady. They are scoring just about 7.2 runs and over, and they are doing that with ease. That will put them to about 138 runs if they continue in that vein.
So, 25. 25 is Prince. Newman is on 24. It's 51. 51 for 51 for no loss. It's going to be Kishan Richardson, who is going to take up continue the attack from the far end. It's raining. There's a slight drizzle. It's very overcast. Feel here for the right-handed Prince. On, long off, fine leg. Chuck over, ball to Prince. Prince is getting one of these. We're hitting them on the pad. They're going to for a single, quick single. They're going to get it. A leg by. Is it going to be a leg by? No, no signal coming from the umpire. So that's one more to Prince. So the bowler is Kenroy Davis. Kenroy Davis, bowler, has a little bit of juice.
It is mixed. The sun is also shining with the drizzle.
Kenroy Davis. Kenroy Davis. His second over. He's going to come right arm around the wicket to bowl to Newman. And at mid-on, going back to long on. And the backward of squares moving into a forward square on the boundary. Long, fine leg, short third, backward point, deep extra cover. Mid off and long off. Here is Newman getting a slow ball, peeling off the inside edge. They've gone for one. Will come back for a second quite easily. The man on the long on boundary had to move to his left and could not prevent the second run. Newman moves on to 26 and the total moves on to 55. 55.
Yes, 55 in the 8th over, and they are going steadily.
Here is Davis, the ball to Newman. Newman is standing up and staring this one, looking to get it past the backward point, but Ashan is in attendance, can't score. Score remains on 55 for 4, no loss. We are in over number 8. Over number 8. I'm coming close to the end of my stint, and the next voice you're going to hear as Newman pushes the one to the extra cover. They've gone for one. That's all they're going to get. Newman moves on by 1 to 27, and the total to 56. 56. And the voice of the great Keith Stonegraves will be taking up the ball by ball. Here is Davis. Running away, passes umpire to bowl to Prince. Prince did his delivery. Oh, he's getting one that is really lifting. Just about chest height, looking to force that one off the back foot. Could not, standing tall and looking to get it past the man there at point. Couldn't make contact, luckily enough for him. Sean Richardson waiting behind the wicket. Here is Davis again to bowl to Prince. Prince is stripping this one, hitting it wide of the man at long off and into the boundary. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Lovely shot by Prince.
Yes, that was a very good stroke indeed. He played it with ease into the boundary for 4 runs.
You cannot drop Prince. So at the end of over number 8, it is 60. 60 for no loss. And the next voice you're going to hear is that of Keith Stonegraves.
Let me welcome Keith Stonegraves to the microphone.
Yes, very good afternoon, listeners. We want to welcome you to the broadcast here at the James Ronald Webster Park in this contest between the Pointers and the Razor Massive. It's 64 loss. The Pointers sent into bat after 8 overs completed as Tony Fleming comes into the box. Very good afternoon to you, Tony. Good afternoon to all the folks here in the ground and listening across the entire Anguilla landscape and further field. We've got Mega Charles 54, we've got Lloyd's Live, Clean Stream, Class FM, Radio Anguilla, the media broadcasters for today.
Good afternoon, Keith. Yes.
Very good afternoon to you, Tony.
The listeners again. Pretty good game on hand with that we have here, Keith, even though we've just been graced with some sprinkles at times a bit heavier than necessary, but nothing to really curtail the game so far. And the Pointers, they are going along nicely at 60.
Yeah, it's a sort of cat and mouse game between the slight drizzle and the sunshine. As we speak, the sun is beginning to win the race, if you like. Sun is coming back out here at the James Ronald Webster Park. 8 overs bowled of 20. The game starting just about 1:45. They had some slight drizzle and the ground staff being very careful and cautious to get the game underway. You're not missing any cricket at the moment. There's 2 batsmen. Tariq Newman, who's 27, 25 to Prince, the right-handed batsman. Prince was dropped on 13. A catch at mid-off that wasn't taken. So he survived. It's 60 for no wicket after 8 overs. And Ashon Hodge, the captain of the Razor Massive, looking to make some changes here. There will certainly be a change in bowling at the commentary box and the umpires today being umpires Burton and Proctor. Those are the umpires standing in today's game. Again, we are closely monitoring the weather situation. There's a trough in our area, and it's presenting some light drizzle to parts of the island. Some parts having a bit of rain, others quite normal. We are seeing the bowler. There's a change at this top end. It's going to be Shaquin Ferguson to pick it up from this commentary box end. The field pretty much spread. There's a sweep on the deep cover boundary. Short third man. Short backward square, mid-wicket. Mid-off wide. There's a cover point as the bowler Ferguson goes in, and this one is played nicely through the offside field out to back of the square. That's 4 runs. That's the most lovely stroke. Just easing and just at a point, and it just raced away over into the backward square boundary on the offside for 4 runs.
Certainly typical left-hander shot there for Newton, and getting what we can say is a gift there, the first ball here from Ferguson, and really capitalizing on that one and putting it in the boundary for 4. And we waited for Prince down, and whether they'll be made to pay heavily, we wait and see.
Ferguson again, he goes in, bows this one to the batsman Newman. He swings across the line, a loud shout for LBW, but umpire Burton is not interested. This one certainly from our vantage point here seems to be pitching outside the leg stump. 31 it is to Newman and 25 to Prince. As Ferguson up again, this one hits him on the pad again, hitting me outside the line of the off stump, even from this distance. And even with my not too very good eyes, I can see that. We want to welcome you wherever you are. It's cricket, lovely cricket here at the James Ronald Webster Park. It's 64 for no loss, the Pointers. Up again. Beamers, but there's still a lot of cricket to come in this competition. The non-striker Prince comes back into his ground as Ferguson goes in, bowling around the wicket. This one is outside the line of the off stump, nicely taken behind by the keeper. A wide will be called, has been called, and signal now. It's 65. 65 it is for no loss, the Pointers in over number 9 of 20. Ferguson goes in once one, bows this one, and he lofts this one over the bowler's head out to a wide long on position. The fielder comes across with it, and they should go very easily for 2 runs. So 2 more to Newman. He goes to 33 now, and they score on by 2 to 67 in this over number 9. Newman settles left-handed batsman. Prince the right-handed non-strikers in as Ferguson misses his run. Will go back. Field again widely spread, sweep on the deep cover boundary. There's a point, there's a short third man, deep backward square. Square leg boundary. And he doesn't take the ball off, and a short run has been signaled by umpire Burton. So in all of the confusion, the batsmen were able to get what? A single? Single, yes. 68 it is for no loss. So you could see the fitness question coming into play here. Certainly Newman looks like he's winded. And Prince playing some skillful gamesmanship here, going down and just allowing Prince to get some air into the tank. Certainly winded, and there should have been a run out. 68 for no loss in the course of over number 9. As Ferguson goes in and bows this one outside the off stump, comes off of something. It seems to be off the keeper's pad, and it goes behind him, behind the keeper. The signal, if there's any from the... No! So it was a chance. It was a chance missed by the keeper. At the end of 9, then Ferguson goes away, walks away. Newman gets a life. He goes to 34, and it's 69, Tony Fleming. For no loss, the Beamers after 9 overs.
Yes, certainly Newman and Prince, they are certainly not on the same page. His back was turned, probably just saying all I need is just a single here, but Prince was bearing down on him and he had to turn quickly, and in the end running one shot, but they would certainly need to be a little bit more on the same page, making sure that they stay at the crease, not scoring as briskly as they would like at the moment, maybe just going just a little over 7 runs and over. I'm certainly sure with these two set batters, they'll look to build on what they would have started so far for the pointers. So all in all, you can say that they will certainly need to get a move on things now. The overs are running out. That was the end of the 9th over at 69 for without loss. They'll certainly need to make a move on Keith.
Certainly, and we'll be seeing a bowling change at the Central Polyclinic end of the ground here. Central Polyclinic sign clearly displayed in the distance on the far side of the ground, the southern side of the ground. Lanville Harrigan will pick up the attack. He has number 25 on his jersey, and he'll be bowling to Newman, who's on 34. Harrigan goes in, loops this one up, is driven into the offside field, out to wide, long off. The fieldsman is out there posted. That's the captain, Ashorn. He comes in, fields well, and another run to Newman. He goes to 35, and it's now 70. 70 for no loss. The pointers up against the Razor Massive of Island Harbour in the second game of the APL 2022 edition of this competition. Prince, who's been on 25 for quite some time, he takes strike, looks up at Harrigan as he comes in, bowling trottlers over the offside. This one is swung out to the mid-wicket boundary. This would go pretty much close. If not, it crosses the line now, and that's 4 runs. Just a loosener, thrown up, just looped up, and here we saw Prince making no mistake, swinging this one through the mid-wicket gap, and it raced away over the turf for 4 more runs. It's 74 now in the course of over number 10 for the pointers. And Prince, Damari Prince goes to 29. 29, Prince, non-striker Newman, leans on his bat. As Harrigan makes some changes to the onside. Let's see what he's doing here. He's bringing in a short mid-wicket. There's a man out at deep mid-wicket. A man out on the deep backward square, long off, long on. As Harrigan goes in, loops this one up, it's driven back past the bowler, straight down to long on. Another run here for Prince. He goes now to 30, and it's 75 it is. 75 for no loss, and we are in the course of over number 10. Sun is back with us in all its glory, nice blue clouds, some white puffy clouds away in the distance. It's pretty hot and steamy. Humidity certainly rising following the brief period of drizzle that we had here at the James Ronald Webster Park. And if you're anywhere near, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. As Harrigan goes in now and bows to Newman, who drives past the man at the short mid-off, out to long off the long off boundary comes Hodge. And Newman gets himself another run. I think Newman is what, Tony, 36? 37, and Prince is 35. Got it all wrong. So it's 74. 76, I think I've got it. My scores all mixed up here. 76. Harrigan goes in once more. He comes up, loops this one up. He goes back and punches this one past the man at short. Here comes, that looks like Eversley Brown. And another single for Prince. So Prince goes to 36. And it's 77 for no loss. And 37 to Newman. 36 to Prince. Newman is the batsman, the left-hander, as Harrigan comes in and bows to Newman, who slaps this one over the top in the air into the offside field. Deep cover boundary. He rifles the return on the first hop to the keeper. And another run for Newman. So Newman is now 38. And at the end of over number 10, the pointers sent into bat by Razor Massive are now 78 for no loss. Tony Fleming.
Yes, 78 for no loss at the break. At the halfway point, just was scoring 7.8 runs and over. And in this encounter, the 2 batsmen there in Prince and Newman, well set and on the go, but they'll certainly need to up the ante just a little bit if they want to put up a respectable total here this afternoon. I'm certainly sure that the condition out there is certainly hot and humid for the players, and perfect timing for a water grade keep.
Yes, certainly perfect timing as the music goes up. So the pointer's looking well. 78 of 10 overs, but as Tony indicated earlier, we'll certainly need to step on the pedal a bit and get things moving. The Razor Massive team will be looking to pull things back. They've missed a few crucial chances. Certainly both batters, I should say, have had chances. Prince on 13, and I think Newman, when he was in the late 20s, got a life. So they will certainly need to improve on their fielding if they're to hold the Pointers batting lineup back. Still to come, you've got quite a good lineup here for the Pointers today. You've got Leon Lake, Randy Gomes, Garvey Lake, Delano Mossington is in there as well, Carlyle Hughes, Andrew Herbert, Richard John. Those are some of the players who will be on show here for us this afternoon. But the ground, Tony, looks good. Nice patches of green, some in sharp contrast to some very brown areas. We're going through the dry spell, as we know, here in Anguilla, but it's good to see that the ground staff has done a very good job. And all the boundary markers, thanks to Digicel, right around the entire ground, looking quite nice for the second edition of the
Those signs sponsored by Digicel and displaying the digital Digi app and Sports Max and all of that. Certainly a spectacle here, and you know, the crowd is not as big as what we would have seen throughout the course of the tournament, but I'm certainly sure it's going to build as the tournament has been made aware throughout the general public and so on. I'm certainly sure that we'll see more persons coming into this.
from last year should be back. At least one or foreign stars yesterday for that fine victory against the Beamers.
And they really played some good cricket all round. The fielding fielding was very good. The bowling was really tight.
All our sponsors, we'll have that sponsors list. We'll share with you, Tony. Tony has it, and you can share some of them as we go along the broadcast. So we're about to see the resumption of play after the break at the midpoint. 10 overs completed for the Pointers. saves it, just knocks it back in, and they go through for 2 runs. Good work there by that man out at deep mid wicket. Had to run some distance, and then he was skillfully knocked it back in. Doubles up plays. '84. '45, and it's now 87, Tony. Interesting cricket. After this, I think, yep, next over, the doc. Loss the pointers. Another word from Tony Fleming as we make the double change. Doc, after 12. Okay, give me an extra one. I wanted to get off so Doc could come in here.
You said very, very deep as Mr. Wall. Take the singles, take the twos, and we are going to limit the boundary.
Ringing his fingers now. That had some power by Prince, who's 37. It's 90 for no loss. In the course of over number 12, Harrigan certainly looking at that left hand, right hand in fact. Pick now.
Oliver Screechy Walker. Walker, of course, was a very good run getter in the last tournament. Langville Harrigan will continue bowling his right arm off breaks from the polyclinic end, past the umpire into bowl to Walker, whose first ball is turned down to a short fine leg. He will not get a run. So the pointers, they do have a few changed faces in their lineup as they say good afternoon to Redford Kelsick.
Yes, good afternoon, Doc. The listeners. to some 90. Supermarket, Anguilla Electronics, Radio Anguilla, Best Buy Supermarket, Class FM 92.9, Streamline, Mega Chances 54 YouTube, and Lloyd's Live.
Well, it will be Alric Rogers, the new bowler. Alric Rogers, right arm, medium pace. He has some decent pace about him, does Alric Rogers. He will be coming from this commentary box, and as the field changed just a bit, looks like two veterans there, two experienced heads in Ashawn Hodge and Rolando Wright are having a conversation about the field placement. Currently it's a backward point, a deep cover, short extra cover, long off, long on. Now a short mid wicket, a deep square leg, more deep backward mid wicket, and a short fine leg as now the third man has gone into place, a deep third man, and Ashawn Hodge, the captain, goes to backward point. So the four men in the ring, the fine leg, mid wicket, backward point. Rogers, right arm over the wicket, into ball to Oliver Walker. This one is swinging back in towards Walker, who punches it into the offside for a single. Rogers, he's getting a bit of in-swing. He has a bit of pace as well as Alric Rogers. Very slinging action, but one run again for two on the score. Two. Rogers waiting on the batsman to fire. Now he breaks into it, past umpire Burton into ball to Prince, and it's a bit short. But his line was all wrong.
And it's another short delivery down the leg side. Batsman really didn't want to go at that one, so he just turned the bat around. Umpire called wide. What is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 field we see here, Doc?
Rogers. Now into ball to Damari Prince and wrapped him on the pads there. Huge shout, but the umpire says it's going down the leg side.
That's the best delivery ball for this over. Very good delivery indeed, but from our viewpoint here, we can see that it's missing leg stump.
Yes, it's the in swing that Rogers is getting off the. It would be better advice to maybe pitch it up a bit further and to be a bit further outside the off stump.
That's correct. That's correct.
Rogers now into ball to the Mary Prince. Is short and pulled away down towards the deep square leg area. He'll get one. He's looking for a second. It's a misfield, and that will bring up the half century for Damari Prince. The first half century of this APL season for 2022, and it belongs to Damari Prince.
A very good half century indeed. As the other opening bats, they put on some 91 runs. It was unfortunate that the other opening bats, he got 47 runs. But all in all, it was a good innings from him, Doug.
Yes, Damari Prince, you would have to look back to when he was dropped to 9 by, it was a John Callender. Bring up a big total as he does have, 6 overs left to bat, maybe 7.
Well, we see Landon Harrigan, 7 overs left. So after 13 overs, it's 107 for 1. So the pointers, they still have a lot of firepower in the pavilion.
Landon Harrigan to continue bowling his right arm off breaks. Coming from the Central Polyclinic end. Now into bowl to Oliver Walker, who's down the track and pushing back to the bowler for no run. What Landon Harrigan has done, he slowed up his bowling just a bit because he doesn't have the pace with the ball genuine off spin. So he slowed up the pace, fighting it a bit more as this one is turned into the leg side for a single. Looking for the second. They are coming back. No, they are not. They will stop halfway down the track and turn back. Medium pace back in his Harrigan into ball to Walker, who's Harrigan again into ball to Oliver Walker, and to this delivery, Walker's looking to turn it into the leg side. Kishon Harrigan can't quite stop it. It will be a wide and a single. Moves on to 111. 111 from the 2 wides there from Landville Harrigan. Has to be a bit straighter. A bit wider, sorry, as Harrigan comes across again, and it's a full toss. Walker came across and pulled it down towards the vacant deep fine leg area. He will get 4. Sorry, that's Damari Prince actually came across, and it will add to his tally. He's on to 55 now. On to 55, and the score moves on by 4 to 115. 114 corrected, sorry, 114 the corrected score.
Yes, and Prince, they're taking up the challenge now. I think they think it's time for them to push the score. They're into over.
I don't think Ronaldo Wright has had his best game in the thus far. John Lake still in the shed, as well as Delano Mussington, who we know can strike a ball. Also have guys like Jaden Carmichael, a young man from St. Kitts and Nevis, who is a slugger ball here. Even the man Ricardo brought into
We have a third man on the boundary. Long off, long on.
the two version of the Anguilla Premier League. Of course, a man that the Razor Masters would be missing is Jacob Miles. He was a very key contributor for them, a wicket taker really, coming in the middle overs. Picked up some 7 wickets for them at an economy rate of 7.7.
And also he did a lot of batting for them.
He did some good work with the bat for them as well. Also in the field was one of the most outstanding fielders for the tournament, picking up some 4 catches.
And also missing Doc, I think, is the guy from South Valley there, Viglev.
Yes, they are missing Viglev Gomes as well. He picked up a number of wickets for them as well, picking up 6 in the tournament, the economy rate of just 7.1. There are a couple of peaks, and I don't think Viglev will take part in this tournament as far as I have heard.
They're going to get across and they're going to whip you into the onside.
The field is probably set a bit too straight. They would want a man behind square deep on the boundary based on the pace that Ashton Hodge is bowling. Possibly the third man could come into the circle and you may want to push back the fine leg to a deep backward square leg region.
And
they're not changing the field right now, so there's that big gap there again for the Mario Prince to exploit.
that's right. That's right.
is a short fair leg and a deep forward mid wicket. As Sean Hodge comes in again, breaks into his run, then to ball to Mario Prince, who backs away and gets it just over the head of the diving line from Harrigan towards the deep extra cover boundary. They will get two, looking for the third. They do not throw the ball in, and eventually they will come back for three. That's poor fielding, but very good running.
Very good running indeed, because what is happening is that the batters, they are watching the fielders, and as soon as you make a blunder, they get that extra run.
126 the score now. 126 for the loss of one. Tremendous batting effort from the pointers thus far. As it is Ashawn Hodge who will continue. Hodge, number 18 on his back. Into ball now to Oliver Walker. And Walker is
Ball.
It looked like he wrapped him on the pad, but it took up the off stump. It was a wild heave there by Oliver Walker. As Charlie Hodge would say, he was cutting cane, completely missed the ball, and the off stump has been rocked back.
Very good delivery indeed. And as I said a while ago now, all the bowler has to do, pitch the ball up. Pitch the ball up on the stump, and that's exactly what he did. And that
Walker does go. He has scored, I believe, 4 runs. And he will be replaced now in the middle. Trying to see who this new batter is. We'll be partnering. The Mario Prince was on 63. I think the new batsman maybe. Randy Gomez. It's Jaden Shakes Carmichael. He's a big spinner of the ball. Also goes left arm off spin, but he does hit the ball a fair way. I would have played with and against the man Jaden in the Leeward Islands setup. And I know that he can swing the ball a fair way. He likes to heave it over the leg side, strong area between long on and square leg.
Well, we have 2 men there in case it's in the air to see if they could take the catch.
It is Jaden Carmichael, would have played for the West Indies under 19 as well, represented them in the last World Cup. Ashawn Hodge now into ball to Jaden Carmichael, and Carmichael is pushing this one down towards long on. He'll get a single. Long off, sorry. I believe I would have said long on. It is long off.
That's a very good stroke. He just strokes it down to long off there. And the man, what I noticed too, that the fielders, they're not moving that quickly.
They're playing a bit dejected possibly, but it is very hot and humid here today. We are feeling it in the booth. And the fielders will probably be feeling it even worse on the field. Hodge. Into ball to Prince Saru. Chips one down towards the long on region. The fielder in Eversley Brown will do the fielding. They get just 1. So it moves on to 128. 128 in the course of over number 15. Actually, at the end of over number 15, it is 128 for the loss of 2 wickets.
A good over there from Hodge. Getting the wicket there of Maynard. Walker, whom he bowled. And as I mentioned earlier, the bowlers would be advised to take the ball up to the batters instead of trying to bowl too short, because most of the runs that you see the batters getting, the ball is short down the leg side and they just help the ball into the onside.
So it has been easy goings really for the batters. It is a very good batting pitch, but the man who will look to break this is Rolando Wright. He is a good wicket taker, as we saw in the last tournament. He picked up 7 wickets at 5.16 on a strike rate of 22.14. So he is a wicket taking bowler, is Rolando Wright, and he will look to break this partnership. It's a crucial partnership, as it would really expose their middle order and maybe get the man Leon Lake into the middle.
Well, we will have to see because, 120, the score is 128 and somewhat 4 overs, 5 overs left.
5 overs left. This could be a very good scoreline for the Pointers.
And of course, this is a big, big rivalry.
The Pointers and the Razor
and
Massives.
the Razor Massive.
It is right. He's in the ball to Prince. And to this delivery, Prince was trying to cut, but didn't do so successfully. It's a dot ball. Right, causing a bit of problems early on in this over. Turns quickly now. Then the ball to Prince again, and Prince is chipping down the track. It goes high, doesn't have the distance, but it will not carry down to the long off fielder. They will get 2 runs.
It's really wide up the long off fielder. Wide, but he did well to get across, and they were only able to get 2 runs.
It's right again. Around the wicket, into ball to Prince, and this delivery, he was trying to drive through the offside, but good work by wicketkeeper Kishan to keep it in front of him. It will be a dot ball. Right, once again, coming in quickly into ball to Prince, and Prince's backhand pushing into the offside. It's been a good over from Rolando Wright thus far. It's no run. Wright has bowled very well in this over. He continues now between umpire stumps around the wicket to Prince, who backs away and has the edge. That's one there. He's actually taken off the bail. He's bowled. Prince backing away, giving away too much room, and Rolando Wright has broken this partnership. Exactly what he was brought onto the attack to do. And the dangerous Demario Prince goes for a very well played innings.
Very good innings from him. Very good knock.
How much Prince
and
scored?
as we would say, backing away too far. And I believe the bowler capitalized on that because he saw him going back and being the leg spinner coming around the wicket, and that one straight onto the stump. And very good innings there from Prince indeed.
The innings of 69 has come to an end, bowled by Rolando Wright. Demario Prince has to go, scoring the first half century for this APL for 2022. So Prince is gone. He's replaced by, I believe, the skipper in Leon Lake.
Yes, it is. It's Leon Lake going out to the middle. And I know over the years now, Leon, he has tried to hit the ball as hard as he could. And let's see if he can do that this afternoon.
They will be looking to really score boundaries now. They've set a very good platform at 129 for 3. So they will just look to score as many boundaries as possible before the 20 overs has been completed.
And if you observe to that, is that the scoring rate has dropped tremendously.
So that's with the introduction of the spinners, with Wright's reintroduction, as well as Lanville Harrigan keeping it tight as well. Right, over the wicket, into ball to Leon Lake, who's back and looking to push. And he's caught halfway down the track, and he is gone first ball. Went for a single completely by himself. Leon Lake has to go for a duck off 1 ball, a golden duck, and that's completely of his own doing.
That's exactly what happened there, Doc. There was no way that there was a single there. No way. The fielder is right there, and he just pushed the ball, and he's off. He's off. That was no run at all.
He pushed, the ball barely left the square. It barely left the square, and he called for a run. The runner was not on.
That was no run. Even in a little children cricket, that would not have been a run at all.
It looks like Ricardo John, I believe, maybe the new batsman.
And that's the end of the over. That's the end of the over. So we'll have 2 new.
Yes, it will be a double change on commentary.
Yes.
It's going to be Millington and Ralph Hodge.
Well, not what the Pointers would have wanted, but it's exactly what the doctor would have ordered for the Razor Massive. In a time when the Pointers would have been looking to up their scoring rate, the Razor Massive has taken the wind out of their sails. And if anybody knows about sailing, it has to be the Razor Massive. As you say, welcome to Ralph Hodge.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nelly. Quite a game here this afternoon. The pointers well poised. The early batsmen would have set a platform, and we'll now wait to see what happens in the next 4 overs now.
Indeed, here is Ashan Hodge, number 18 on his back. At the top of his mark, from here the commentator's booth end. Jogs and breaks into his run, passes umpire, ball to allow the appeal! And gone, given, LBW, he took his time, his own time, until the batsman was ready to look at him, and then he said that fatal finger was raised by the umpire, and as I say, you have to be going on your way.
Well, certainly, Millie,
Carmichael goes.
There was something in front of the stumps, and the only thing it could have been would have been the pad. And Morton took his time and waited until the batsman looked out and said, "You're out."
Yes. So indeed, exactly what the doctor ordered. The Razor Massive. I'm not sure where the razors were. The Massive was always here, but they have taken out the razors and they are cutting through the batting lineup of the pointers.
Well, certainly if they want to make life for themselves easier when they go out to bat, they are going to have to restrict the run flows, because up to now the pointers have done extremely well. Prince and his opening partner batting quite well, and certainly the pointers have quite a lot of batting in the depth to keep them hit the ball, and the only way for them to fight back is to certainly have the Razor Massive restricted.
Indeed. So some 3 wickets falling on the same score. Prince it was, then it was Leon Lake, and now Carmichael.
Yeah, and certainly Prince did not only bat beautifully, he batted sensibly, and it's very early in the season. There would not have been a lot of practice time, and his other opening partner batted quite well, took the time, and now they will have to press on if they want to keep the game in their control.
Well, the new batsman. Wait to see who the new batsman there is. Ashan Hodge runs away from us here. It's ball to the new batsman who is getting one. Oh, down the leg side says the umpire. Oh, there's a loud appeal. And going down the leg side.
Yeah, certainly we can see it from here, tailing into the batsman on that occasion, and very quickly umpire Morton was signaling down the leg side.
Yes, it looks like Gomez. So it is Ashan Hodge walks back to the top of his mark. We're a bit confused here with some names and numbers. Here is Ashan Hodge to bowl to Gomez. Gomez is driving past Ashan into the ground, past Ashan. They've gone for one, looking for a second. They're not going to get it. As the return goes in, total moves on by 1 to 132. 131, sorry. 131. So, Prince would have gotten some 69, 60 more than what he should have had. He was dropped on 9. Here is Hodge to bowl to Nelson, who's hitting this one. It's in the air, and he's going to get the single. Off the toe of the bat, and the ball spun out to the man at extra cover. It's the big man Harrigan. Can you make a catch of it? Total moves on by 1 to 132. 132. Carmichael. He's on 2. Carmichael looks around. As Ashan Hodge walks back to the top of his mark. We have had a mixed day here, mixed atmosphere as we watch Ashan Hodge from this commentator's booth end. Moves away to bowl to Carmichael. Carmichael is pushing through the offside. They're going to get one right. wasn't able to prevent that single. So, Gomez, it is. Gomez was moved on to 3. Here is Ashan Hodge to bowl to Carmichael. Carmichael is getting one. This is in the air. Somebody's getting under it. It's a Hodge. Cotton ball. Cotton ball. Carmichael goes. Cotton ball. Hodge. Hodge strikes again.
This was certainly a careless shot on that occasion. A full toss tried to play it into the onside. Got the leading edge spoon high into the air. And Hodge, the bowler, would not have allowed that to get away from him. So quite a fight back here by Razor Massive at this point in time, because a bit earlier on they were down and out, but some life is coming back into their step, and the Blowing Point will be advised to try and take every advantage of the remaining overs and to solidify their position. But as you said, Millie, a mixed day of climate here at the park. One point in time, a couple of sprinkles, another time very hot sun, and now quite cool.
Yes, indeed. I want to remember that the Pointers lost their first wicket with the score at 91. Lost their second at 126. And so now they are in a bit of bother here at 132 for 6.
Well, certainly apart from the two openers, the rest of the batting has not come to the party today, and we realize we are playing on a new pitch, but nevertheless the middle of the batting is not batting as sensibly as those who opened the innings.
Indeed. I was very surprised that Ashan Hodge wasn't used earlier. We saw him last time around, and he was indeed the go-to man.
Waiting to give you the best at the end, maybe.
Well, not sure if you wanted at the end in a game like this or you wanted at the start. Had he broken the back of the openers, scorecard could have looked a lot different. Here is right to bowl to Mussington. Mussington is beaten. Made a piece of that delivery at the left arm bowler, right. Well, on the right, bowling left arm around the wicket between umpire and stumps. Passes umpire, bowl to Mussington. Mussington is pushing up the offside, looking for a single. This can be suicidal. Oh, and the batsman haul themselves back into their creases and realize that there were no runs there. No run there at all. That could have been suicide. We saw it on the behalf of Leon Lake. Committed suicide. Here is Rolando Wright down the left side. A wide call by the umpire. The batsman Delano Mussington. 133 for 6. Here is Wright to bowl to Delano. Delano is pushing to the onside. This time he's going to get a single easily. Quite easily. Total moves on to 134. 134. Mussington is off the mark. 134 for 6.
Well, I'm certain Millie, the rest of the Blowing Point team would have been expecting a much bigger total at this point in time based on the opening stand.
Indeed. It's not to be so. And of course, over number 18. Here is a delivery that is pitched on the leg side. On the pad, no run resulted. 136. 136 the score is. Of course, over number 18. Here is Wright to bowl to batsman who pushes up on the outside, can't score. Here is Wright. Wright is, oh, that one, not sure where that one would have gone, Hughes. It's turning and spinning like a top. But the end of over number 18, and at the end of 18, it's 136 for 6.
136 for 6. We are talking the 45 runs for the last 6 batsmen because the opening stand was 91. and 12 balls to go. They will be looking for anything like 10 per over, which will be taking them past the 100 and the 50 mark, is because that's going to be important. Is no one can predict how the pitch plays, even though it appears to play consistent. We have a situation where it is a newly laid pitch. It hasn't played that badly, and certainly if Island Harbour can keep it under 150, they might believe that they are interested.
Indeed. It's going to be Ashan Hodge. Penultimate over. Ashan Hodge, for number 19. Delano Mussington, he can hit the ball, he can strike it a fair distance. Tall man, about a 6 footer. Here is Ashan Hodge, runs away, passes umpire Morton to bowl to Delano. Delano is driving up the offside. The man of the long off boundary has the work to do. They've gone for one, we'll come back for a second. That's all it's going to be. 2 runs, Mussington, he moves on to 3, and the total moves on to 139. 139 for 6. In over number 19, we've been looking for some 165, 170 Ralph earlier. Here is Hodge to bowl to Mussington. Bowl to Mussington. Mussington is getting one. That is driving back to Hodge. Hodge getting a hand to it, but can't prevent the single. Can't prevent the single. He fumbled and he got back. He got back really quickly. Did some good work there. But in the end, he could not stop the single. 140. 140 now the score. 139, sorry. The score. 139.
So as I said earlier, looking for 10 per over for the rest of the match. We will be looking at just under 160, and I think 160 would be quite a good total. But if they can hold it down to the 140s, 150, there might be that sneak of a chance for the Island Harbour team.
Indeed, there is a massive stop heavy in their batting. Here is Hodge Hughes, who's coming forward. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Oh, he had no idea. Coming from over the wicket and taking the ball away from the left hand, and Hodge really coming up trump here for the Razor Massive.
They're certainly not making much height on that occasion. And the line was extremely good. Bowling over the wicket, bowling it across the left-hander, and the left-hander did not seem to have a clue.
Not a clue of what was going on there. Hodge walks back. Man is concentrating very hard. Turns at the top of his mouth, tosses the ball in hand to hand, then breaks into his run now. Passes umpire Morton, bowls to Hughes to this delivery. He is driving back to Hodge. Can't score. Hodge, very keen. He's a keen competitor. Hodge.
Yeah, he is one who loves his cricket and who goes very tough at the game. If you're at home, still there's a lot of room here at the Webster Park cricket ground, and the fans here, we are seeing them quite enjoying it, so you can come out and have your share of enjoyment also.
Here is Hodge to bowl to Hughes. Passes umpire ball to Hughes. Hughes is driving on the onside. Runs here. They've gone for one, and we'll come back for a second. They're looking for it. This can be trouble. Yeah, this could be trouble, and Mussington has to go back, and he's gone. He's gone. Mussington goes. He stood up for a bit. Didn't thought that the chase was going to come to his end. It did, and in the end he was caught short of his ground, and Mussington goes, run out, and the Razor Massive falls in deeper trouble.
Well, certainly one of the things during the day for this innings has been the very poor fielding of the Island Harbour team, but credit Sean Hodge on that occasion. The throw came to him at the bowler's end, and he immediately pivoted and fired it straight over the stumps to the wicketkeeper, and that was the end of Mussington trying to scamper in. But that was very careless cricket on Mussington's part anyways, because he should have been looking to make his ground, secure his grounds, and instead of looking to see that the other batsman was secured, and he was caught off guard. Well done, young Hodge, and certainly the wickets continue to fall, Millie, and blowing points seem to be fading away from what has been an exceedingly promising start.
Indeed. You know, in T20, it's not how fast you start, it is how you finish. Most of the time in a T20 game, you know, in the power play, you can take advantage of. And really falter and fail in the lower part of your innings. And we saw the openers getting off to a good start, setting the foundation. In the middle and lower order, they are not coming up at all. Carlisle Hughes, the new batsman, joining Gomez. Carlisle Hughes joining Gomez. The left-hander, tall. Here is Hodge to bowl to Carlisle Hughes. Bowl to Hughes to this delivery. Is coming forward and driving, getting us one of the inner portion of the bat. The over coming to an end, and at the end of 19, it is 140 for 8.
He's certainly well bowled Sean Hodge. Done what his team wanted him to do, keep the runs down in the penultimate over. And now with 6 balls to go, certainly there would have to be some very good hitting to take them up to the 160. So quite a match before us still. We are looking down at a fantastic Webster Park playing area. We can see the spectators on the far side. And actually since the last APL, quite a new look valley. The central polyclinic, the shades of blue and white. We can see in the far distance the Valley Primary School, brown and yellow, and certainly somewhere right in the front of us here beyond the roundabout, and a new road strip. So quite a new Valley commercial sentiment.
Indeed, atmosphere feels so much different, Ralphie. Sun is back out with us in all its glory. In all its glory here at the James Ronald Webster Park. And to the back of us, the Raymond Igisha Technical Center, which will come alive from 5 o'clock. And it's sports all around here in Anguilla. It's APL, it's AFL, all are taking place right here in the Valley Anguilla. It is going to be Davis to bring the curtains on this innings. Bowl, Gomez is hitting this one down to long off. They've gone for 1. That's all they're going to be. 141, 14147.
Certainly a busy day of talking for you, Millions, because I'm sure you're going to leave from cricket to be a football commentator in a while.
Well, a lot of work to do. I'll be on the field, then I'll be in the commentator's booth. Here is Davis to bowl to Carlisle. Carlisle is getting this one off the inside edge, not carrying through the keeper, very close to that off stump, Ralph.
He's doing what is required, is because we are now looking at another 4 balls to go, so he's swinging away to see what he can get. It's not how you get them, it's what you get at the end of the day.
Yes, it's not about getting pretty runs, it's about getting runs. It doesn't matter how ugly they look. It is Davis to bowl to Hughes. Hughes is getting one that is making some height. And I would love to see the likes of Masimba Bowen and Delano, Mussington, and the taller pace bowlers on this track. And the wicket seems to have some life. Man, you can't judge it until you get the best of what you have on offer. It's 142 for 7 pointers. Here is Davis to bowl to Gomez. Gomez is hitting this one down to long on. They have gone for 1. Will they come back for a second? They won't. They should have taken on the arm of Ferguson. That was 2 runs. Had 2 runs written all over it.
Yeah, especially at this time of the game, Millie, that was always 2 runs. But the batsman more delighted in the shot he played than looking for the runs.
Well, even in this hot sun, Hughes was sleeping on his bat. Here is Davis to bowl to Hughes. Hughes is getting one that is tugging through the onside. From outside, they have some tugging it. They have gone for 1, looking for a second. It's not on. Right sends the throw to Kishon, and the Razor Massive would have been short-handed. He had to use Kishon Richardson, which is one of their prominent bowler as the wicket keeper today. Nonetheless, and they have done the job. 144. Here is Davis to bowl to Gomez. Gomez is pulling this one down to long on again. They have gone for 1. They are looking for a second. Hughes is interesting. Gomez is not. 1 run. And what a time. What are you trying to save your wicket for? Not sure. That's the end of the innings. And at the end of 20, Razor Massive being winning the toss, asking pointers to bat first, sees their innings, closes their innings on 145. 145. That's what we have here. We are going to go to the scorer to get the final score and to see if we really... it is right. 145, Ralph. Good comeback by the Razor Massive after a 91 run opening stance. After 91 run opening stance to be restricted for 145 for 7 is a good comeback by the Razor Massive.
Not only a good comeback, really a fantastic comeback, is because the two openers were batting quite well and they were batting quite sensibly. And it seems like it would have been a long day for the Razor Massive, but in the end it did not turn out that way, because after an additional 54 runs and 7 wickets, I still think they are fairly well placed. 145, the wicket not doing any significant wonders, so there should be a chance. It's now how well the pointers bowlers will perform. We have not seen any fireworks out of the pitch. We know that there are 1 or 2 consistent good bowlers in the pointers team, so we'll have to wait to see what happens. But quite a nice day of cricket here, and as the APL warms up, I think we're going to be in for a fantastic season with 5 teams, 20 matches, and what we have seen so far for the season, not a lot of fireworks, but we've seen what we expect, the start of some good batting, some peaceful bowling. The fielding today in particular by the Razor Massive would not have been good, but I think with time, as they practice, as they come out to sessions, as they get fit, things will improve.
Yes, indeed. And Ralph, when you would have thought that there is a Massive would have brought up their 100 in just about the 12th or so overs, to be restricted to 54 runs in 8 overs is a tremendous comeback by the Razor Massive. And I will always question the late entrance of Ashan Hodge into the bowling attack and the coming back of Wright after the power play, because these are 2 of your leading strike bowlers. They are 2 of your leading bowlers, and with the Maori Prince and Newman giving you such a really great start, you would have think that they would have been brought back to look to break the partnership, because we noticed from the time the partnership was broken, it was downhill from there on in for the pointers.
Yes, certainly what you've described is right by my reckoning. From the time they got that breakthrough, that crack in the armor, things went downhill. And I think what exacerbated the position was that when the captain got run out just from one ball in a move that should not have taken place. From my vantage point, there was never a single limit. You played it up on the offside of the batter and almost straight to the bowler, and you're going for a single. Oh no, that wasn't on. And then it was a constant parade of onto the pitch and off the pitch. And as you have said, 91, 145, that's 54 runs and 7 wickets. A massive comeback from the Razor Massive.
Well, as I said before, Ralph, it seems like the Massive came and they forgot their races, and the moment the Razor came, they really cut through the batting order of the pointers, and the pointers have no one else to blame but themselves for some injudicial shots that was played, miscommunication, Leon Lee committing suicide, and the Razor Massive really held their own in the last half and getting the better of the pointers in the last 10 overs of this encounter. But it is runs on the board. 145, it is on the board already. We saw yesterday the Beamers scoring 110. The new kids on the block, the foreign stars, made light work of it, knowing what they had to get. Just 5.5 runs, 5.5 runs and over. They made light work of it. Well, the Razor Massive knows what they are chasing. We saw last time around what Landville Harrigan is capable of doing. He still has some pep. We know what a Sean Hodge is capable of. And so the start for the Razor Massive is going to be important as well against the like of Delano Mussington.
Well, certainly once Sean Hodge can get stuck in the wicket, that will give quite a lot of hope to Razor Massive. And Landville still can bat, but the thing is Landville cannot run that well, so we're going to have to be careful with that. He will hang around and not running well will slow down the running rate, but once he can get his eyes on it, to be a different story. And then you have the left arm bowler who was bowling with Sean Hodge. He bats really well also, so it's still a match on, but as you have correctly said, runs on the board or runs on the board. 145 on the board, whether they make it easily or not, it's 145 runs that you have to work for.
Yes, indeed. And so, Ralph, we have to remember that this game has sponsors, and we are going to remind our listeners or viewers as to who some of those sponsors are.
Yes, the writing before me says that we have Dr. Meha J. Suda, American University of Anguilla, Aurora Resort and Golf Club, Chico Insurances, Parito, Walden, Lynn, look like, Semi Beach Hotels, Digicel, Republic Bank of Anguilla, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Sid and Teeth Supermarket, Anguilla Electronics, Radio Anguilla, Best Buy Supermarket, Class FM 92.9, Stream Live, and the Mega Child 54, YouTube Lloyd Live. So they are some of the people who are assisting in promoting the Anguilla Premier League, and certainly a league that certainly is bringing cricket back into the limelight. Anguilla has produced for a little dot some players who have graced the West Indies lineup, and players who have been all around. When we talk about the West Indies lineup, we must remember Cardigan Connor, who were one of the people who seem to have been very unfortunate in not making the England Test team. We had Shaka Hodge of the under 13s. We had quite a couple of players since then who would have accompanied Omari and Jama, and there are a lot of young tested players. We have those who are in the United Kingdom at the moment actually playing their cricket. And certainly I think with the pandemic over now, one would expect really that we see much more cricket on Anguilla.
Well, I'm not sure if the pandemic is actually over, because in recent times we are having a spike again. But nonetheless, Ralph, the point is without one of their main leading scorers from last year, that would have been Omari Banks, and they are and with a start of 91 with no loss, and Omari Banks walked to the wicket and being able to capitalize on such a start, one would could have been looking for a mama total for the pointers, but it wasn't to be.
It wasn't to be, and that's the way with cricket, because if you look at the Beamers team, they have lost several of their players who are on overseas duty, and they have to play with who they have at the moment. For the pointers, if Omari was there, certainly Omari would have been among the opening runs, because he is not going to allow this brand of cricket to get away without opening the batting unless something extremely is wrong. And he is a much cleaner hitter of the ball. He is much more a sedate player, so life would have had to be better as far as batting is concerned, even though we must take into consideration notion that cricket is a one-ball game. But certainly the going team, the pointers, they have withered away from the strong opening position, and that will say to other teams, look, we have a chance if we can get at the two openers.
Indeed. So we are watching now Bobby Blacks relaxing in his role out there. He whatever been had a tireless days working hard in relaying this wicket. Him along with friends and company who the sports guys along with Porty and among them and all those Dale and friends who would have worked feverishly to relay this surface. Well, we've seen 3 innings thus far on this wicket, and we are looking forward for even a more improved wicket as we go along in the tournament. It's one surface, Ralph, that more you play on it, it seems to get better.
Now they have built 2 strips, so they are going to alternate at some point in time, I believe, so there won't be the wear and tear. And I believe once the heavy roller gets on a couple more times, we are going to see a difference. We are going to see an up in the pace for the pitch. So we look forward to see the pitch doing good things and probably will bring out even better things in terms of the batters and bowlers. One of the areas certainly I look to see improve is the fielding, because one-day cricket is fielding, and we have not seen the very best of fielding thus far.
Yes, Ralph, we have not. There are some simple chances that we think that should have been, really taken. But one of the things that I have also realized, sitting in the commentator's booth, it's very much easier to speak than to be on the field, because when you walk along the outfield, you realize how how difficult it is to feel out there. Last year I spoke about it as well. Especially on the western side, there are a number of holes on the outfield, and so we have football playing on the park. You have track and field on the park, and so from time to time, when you have rain and you have football, it leaves that indentation in the ground, and so when the ball hits them, it does all sorts of funny things on the outfield.
A perfect point, Miller. I've raised that on several occasions. As a matter of fact, yesterday I took a stroll around the boundary edge, and basically what you are saying by my reckoning is 100% accurate. If you're going to have a cricketing area, you're going to have to protect it. It's because any sort of indentations around the field, any sort of areas where the ball cannot flow properly, you're in for plenty of trouble. And our fielders have gotten divine intervention into a lot of incidents here that they have not been damaged in terms of fielding out there. So that is something that has to be cured as we go forward in playing cricket on this island. Cricket has done marvels for the Anguillan economy, marvels for the Anguilla tourism, for Anguilla in general, and certainly we are going to have to protect the grounds on which we play cricket, and I sincerely hope that what you would have echoed would certainly be heard around the island. And when we are looking at procuring an area for cricket, we are going to look at making adjustments with regard to the things that you have said, Millie.
Indeed, the James Webster Park has indeed produced some wonderful cricketers, sportsmen on the whole. We have the likes of Mary Banks who have gone on to play for the West Indies, play for Hampshire. We have the likes of Jamal Hamilton. We have Chesley Hughes who have played county cricket for Derbyshire. We have Manson Hughes who have represented the West Indies B team. We have a number of cricketers who have gone on to just more than playing cricket here in Angola, and so we have to really safeguard that which we have. I've always spoke about wherever we go for cricket, James Ronald Webster Park is. I'm not seeing anywhere we are going to go out of James Ronald Webster Park, but it is a place where we call home for cricket, and while cricket is being played here, we really need to take care of that which we have.
Well, certainly, really, the history of playing cricket in Anguilla says that cricket has been played at the James Ronald Webster Park for over 100 years, and this is as accurate as you certainly can find it. And when you were mentioning names, I think the name that you have not mentioned was Cardigan Connor. He's a product of the James Ronald Webster Park. I can remember Cardi being a youngster from West End coming up here to play cricket. And he has gone on to do good things in cricket. Say what you want about Cardi. Cardi just has been unlucky as far as the England selection has gone. People like Boycott and other senior cricketers in England have said probably it was the greatest bit of injustice that ever took place in selection in England, that he did not make the English first side.
Indeed. As you mentioned, Cardigan, the likes of the Adams brothers, Harrigan, that's Landville Harrigan, you had Terry and Al, and they are all products of this, the James Ronald Webster Park. And so, persons like you, Ron, who would know the history of James Ronald Webster Park, for persons like me, I'm very new to Anguilla and the cricket scene, but one thing I've rarely seen here is that regardless of how long cricket stays to play at the James Ronald Webster Park, the moment that you pick up a bat and ball and you say cricket, there are supporters in the park.
Well, Millie, I played my first league match on the James Ronald Webster Park just east of the far scoreboard when I was 12 years old, and I was playing in a team where you had guys in their 20s and in their late teens. So this has been virtually home for me in terms of cricket. As a matter of fact, wherever there was a track around the valley, or East End, or West End, or Bloom Point area, we used to play cricket. But when you talk about the mecca of cricket in Anguilla, it has been the James Ronald Webster Park.
James Ronald Webster Park, one of the finest wickets I have played on in the Caribbean. It's a wicket that doesn't matter how it looks, there is always something in it for the bowlers, both seamers and spinners. It drums, there is space. During the Stanford time, Ralph, I remember when we during training sessions, when the likes of Masimba Bowen and Bryson or Kelbert Walters, when Dandan, when they touch the ball down, one bounce over the keeper head into the side screen.
Oh yes, it has been very quick. As a matter of fact, Rowan Canai once said to me right out in the middle there, he said, Haji, I would love to take up this pitch, put it in my pocket and carry it wherever I'm going.
It has been a tremendous wicket. So you're not missing any cricket. We are just having a chit chat. So we are waiting the resumption of play. You remember earlier in the day, the pointers lost the toss to the Razor Massive and they were asked to take the first snap. Well, it was a brilliant innings from Damari Prince. He was dropped on 9. He put his head down and he really commanded the things in the middle. And he was finally out on 69 when the score was on 91. Newman went for 47. Newman went going a 3-run short of his 50 and making Damari Prince the first to score a half century in this year's tournament. Well, as we are speaking, we are seeing the umpires now walking back to the middle, and so we are going to resume live coverage in just a while. And with the Razor Massive looking down the barrel, it was Hodge who came on and really pegged back the pointers from a score of 91 without loss. They could only amount some 145 in their 20.
Yes, certainly what Hodge did quite sensibly is that he allowed the ball to hit the pitch, had a line just outside the off stump, and the batsmen were always playing in the middle. Unlike earlier, when the ball was coming up to the batsman a little slower than he was bowling, and the batsmen were peppering it all around the ground. But certainly 146 is the target, unless our official scorer says differently, and that is to be received in 20 overs. We are talking about fractionally over. We are talking 7.3 overs, 7.3 runs per over. Is gettable, but then remember, cricket is a game of certainly glorious uncertainties.
Indeed, a game of glorious uncertainty. We're seeing the umpires overseeing the rolling of the wicket. That wasn't done in the break. And Bobby decided that he wasn't going to take that risk and put the roller on the wicket, except he was being supervised.
7 minutes of rolling before the next inning start, and that will iron out any ripples in it. The opening start from the Razor Massive will tell the story where they expect to go, and certainly I'm sure Blowing Point, the Pointers will be looking to do some good feeling or improve on the feeling that was displayed by Razor Massive. But I think, Millie, there's a game out there.
There is a game. There is definitely a game. With the likes of Ashan Hodge and Lanville Harrigan, and they are no-nonsense batsmen, and we are expecting to see them today coming out purposefully. We saw Lanville last time around, and at some point he looked like the Lanville of old.
Yeah, well, certainly a player of Lanville's type, no matter how old he becomes, there must be some glimpses of glories. He is one of the batsmen I've seen in my life, whether you look at test players or otherwise, who has among the broadest bats in the game. Playing against Lanville quite a lot, I wouldn't believe in fielding nowhere near the mid-off area, straight mid-off or straight mid-on area. He just hit the ball too hard.
Yes, he strikes it. I saw him. When I came to Anguilla, I heard about Lanville and meeting the man in person, and I seen him, in his latest stage too, as he display some really lovely off drive. When he pull with disdain. He can really strike the ball. And as you say, you don't want to be feeling anywhere close that bat when Lanville is in full flight.
Yes, certainly he's one of the few batsmen I would see hooking over mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, backwards square leg, long leg and fine leg. That tells you of his sight of the cricket ball.
And we're talking about off the front foot. He pulls the ball fearlessly off the front foot. It doesn't matter who's bowling.
Oh no, pace, spin, it doesn't really matter. I could remember umpiring a match here once in the West Indies fast bowlers, Benjamin from Antigua. Actually, when the captain threw him the ball to continue bowling, he just pitched it back to the captain. I'm not bowling against Lanville.
Well, Lanville, a very fearsome competitor. He's up in age, but it really hasn't taken much from him when it comes to the fear that he drives in bowlers. Because once he gets going, he stays going.
And certainly Lanville is a tough cricketer. He's a fighter in the game. He doesn't take it as normal. He wants to get the best out of anything he's doing. Even the kind of off-spinning he's doing now, Lanville prides in that sort of thing.
Indeed. So the rolling of the pitch has been completed, and the umpires have taken up their places, and we are just waiting for the pointers and the batsmen from the Razor Massive to take up their places in the middle. So 145 is what the Razor Massive will be chasing. 146 the target. As I say, welcome to Tony in the comments chair.
Thank you, Millie, and good afternoon once again. If you have just joined us, we want to say welcome. And just to deviate from the cricket just a little bit, we just want to broadcast through this medium as well that Millie, that the the Queen's baton relay is slated to be here. Is it tomorrow? Yes, and Government House at 9 o'clock. Then we've got Ursula Connor, one of the oldest, not the oldest person here in Anguilla, 170 years old. Preschool, then Sandy, then at Anguilla Sand and Salt, Adrian Tiezo School, the Anguilla Tennis Academy, Maranatha Preschool, the Gulf Coast Golf Club, Alvin Allison's Primary School, and as well as the Parliamentary area, the St. Mary's Preschool, the ALCH Campus A and B, Aurelia Kelly Primary School, Shoulder Beach, Vivian Vanderpool Primary School, Island Harbor here, just the view, special view at Selike as well. And then the baton is also going to be transported to the Maris Vanderpool Primary School, Prophecy School, Anguilla Social Security Complex, Flow Digicel. Then there will be a lunch break. Then at the NCBA area, the road relay will continue by foot, that is. Then the People's Market at a cultural event will take place as well. Country reps, everyone from the Commonwealth who is at the moment living and resides right here in Anguilla can ask, as a matter of fact, to really be a part of this spectacle occasion
in their country colors.
In their country colors, that is. So,
and flags.
If you are a Commonwealth persons living here, you can get into your country colors and your flag and come and represent your country as well.
Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka, Malaysia.
Well, you know the Commonwealth.
Yes.
The whole Commonwealth is welcome as the relay, the Queen's Baton Relay, Commonwealth Baton Relay passes to Anguilla. I think it would have just came from St. Kitts, Rollins.
Yes.
Yes, and this is something that we usually host
every 4
years. And this year we are right front and center again starting tomorrow. So we are asking all to be aware and to be mindful and to represent your Commonwealth area, your Commonwealth country.
Support us by standing at the roadsides as we pass along.
Yes, support us by the roadside as well. We're looking forward for that as we head back to the cricket, and we want to thank Rollins for just dropping this in here with you. We'll keep you updated as the match unfolds here with the Razor Massive Millington. They are about to chase the 145 runs that were set on board from the blowing pointers.
Indeed. So the Razor Massive with their two opening batsmen, the left-handed Kishon Richardson is the non-striker. On strike now is Kenroy Davis. Kenroy Davis is going to be starting the reply with the bat for Razor Massive, and with the ball it's the left arm bowler, the man Newman, Tyreek Newman, the Rhode Island St. Kitts player. Tyreek Newman have made a trial camp for Leeward Island. He's a very prominent all-arounder. Tyreek Newman out of St. Kitts. It's the APL second edition. It's game number 2. Game number 1, Beamers went down to the Foreign Stars yesterday. It's Tyreek Newman to do battle with the ball for the pointers. So he's going to be coming from the Central Polyclinic end. Left arm between umpire and stumps around the wicket to bowl to Kenroy Davis. Davis looks around, sees, and he has a man at the finally on the 45 and backward square there, square leg on the boundary. 2 men out. Here is Newman to bowl to Davis. Davis forward, loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. You're off the mark immediately. Here is a massive. Is that off the bat? run says our leg by is signal coming now. So it's a leg by. It's 1 for no loss. So the 2 men out. We have a long man in the backward square bungle. It's a left-hander. And that man is going to be going to long on. So long on and the man at deep square. Forward of square. And Carlisle Hughes on the backward square or the forward of square boundary. Long on in position. The 2 men out in the power play. Have a mid-off. Mid-wicket. Short third. Extra cover. Backward point. Here is Newman. The left arm over the wicket to bowl to Richardson. Richardson is coming forward, getting this one on the inside part of the ball, pushing it to the onside. No run resulting. And it's Prince. I thought that he would have been in the glove. It's Carmichael who doing the honors behind the stump. Here is Kishon playing this one through mid wicket. They've gone for 1. The man of the boundary comes out, can't stop the single, and that is Hughes. Since the return to Carmichael, total moves on to 2, and Richardson is off the mark. He's on 1. Reply of 145 made by the pointers. 145 pointers. I've been looking for minimum 160, not to be had. This Newman to bowl to Davis. Davis is a big hero outside the line of the off stump. He's saying, oh, I missed out there. There were acres of space. Anytime he had gotten back onto that one, he didn't. And then slip. Captain Leon Lake, he's on the slip, waiting for an edge. Here is Newman to bowl to Davis. Bowl to Davis. Davis getting a short one. He's punching well. Runs to be had. You can give up that one. That goes into the fence. That's gone for 4. A lovely shot. It was short. It stood up, and Davis came forward, and then he stood up tall and easy past the man at extra cover into the extra cover boundary. That goes for 4.
Yes, exquisitely timed there. The man there, the extra cover there, and Prince diving for all it's worth, but the ball had lots of legs in it, and it just raced across the top and into the boundary for 4 good runs there to Davis.
Newman to Davis. Davis is sitting this one in the air, inside out. They are going to for 1. We'll come back for a second, and that's poor running. That's extremely poor running. Would you believe that they only had got 1? The ball, it was hit inside out, and Davis thought it was going into the boundary and never thought that he needed to run, but good work there done by Hughes. The ball did plug, but no excuse for that. They should have done better.
Certainly very poor cricket there on the part of the 2 batters, and they should be aware as well as the prowess of Hughes in the field as well. He chases every ball, and this time was no different. Running all the way back, getting close to the boundary, was able to save it. His momentum took him over the boundary after he would have saved the ball, but he gathered himself and was able to toss it in quickly. The batsmen, poor running on their behalf. Hope that doesn't come back to hurt them. That's well, 1 2-run shot. Yeah.
Well, 1 or 2 runs. It's important that you capitalize on every opportunity on offer. It's going to be Dylan Mussington with 0-1 on his back. He's going to be running away from us here. The commentator's booth 10. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed batsman Davis. Davis as a field. Mid-on, mid-off. Extra cover, backward point. Gully. And the 3rd man boundary man on a wideish fine leg boundary. More tough backward square boundary. Leon Lake doing some adjustments. They're acting the backward point to go square. And then taking out the man at slip and a deepish first slip. Here is Delano Mussington to bowl to Davis. Bowl to Davis, it's in the air, and it's a lovely shot. 1-2 bounces, 1 bounce straight over the boundary. That's gone for 4 down to long on.
Well, the fielder down here was looking in hope that it wasn't. He would have stayed up so that he could at least get under it, but that one was nicely and cleanly struck. 1 bounce just in front of us here for 4 good runs for Davis, and the Razor Massive, they have started off speedily here, Millie.
Here is Mussington to bowl to Davis again. Davis is getting one that he is jumping and turning it on the onside. Gets one, the keeper scamper away, and gets one. Oh, the umpire say that's a leg by. A leg by. But scorer, the umpire is looking for a response. It is a leg by, and the total moves on to 12. A 12 for no loss. 12 for no loss. And the umpire is looking for some adjustments. Seem to be down below us. It's the left-handed Kishon Richardson who comes on to strike for the first time from Delano Mussington. Remember, in his heyday, Delano Mussington, he really got the ball through. Here is Delano Mussington to bowl to Richardson. Bowl to Richardson. Richardson is leaving one outside the line of the off stump. He may have been one of the most underrated seamers for Anguilla in recent time. Really get the ball through at some pace. Delano Mussington coming from 6 feet. Mussington. Right arm over the wicket. Passes umpire Morton to go to Richardson. Richardson hits this one to backward point who feels well. Good bit of feeling there, but not a good return, but backed up well in the onside. No run resulting. Score remains on 12 for no loss. 12 for no loss. Here is Mussington to bowl to Richardson. Shot! Hits away! Through the offside! Save your legs! Fetch it. He will only have to fetch that one from the boundary because that was a beautifully timed, beautifully placed, and it goes away to backward point boundary for 4.
There's 4 good runs there. Again, a typical left-hander's shot, Millie. I'm just punching it off the back foot and into the boundary for 4. The fielders was chasing for all its worth, but only just to retrieve the ball from the boundary. So really nice shot there. Is that Richardson?
Yes, Kishon Richardson. Richardson taps away, waits for Mussington. Could be looking for a short one here. Ball to, that was short. Knowing it well. He pull well. It's going to go close to the fence. In fact, it goes into the boundary. That's 4 more runs. Well, a reply from Mussington. Badly line. It was Richardson looking for the short ball and playing it well, and it goes into the backward square boundary. That goes for 4, and the total moves on to 20. Races on 20 for no loss at the end of over number 2.
The end of over number 2, so going at a tick of 10 runs and over, and not a good over there from the captain in Mussington there at all, giving away some 13 runs from Lake is the captain of the team, but the premier bowler, the seasoned bowler in a veteran of Mussington, looking to generate some pace from just maybe a little bit lengthier run up than what we would have seen yesterday from Michael Ferguson, and possibly generating the most space off of the wicket so far since we have started this year's Premier League.
Indeed. And Mussington have to get it right. Some 13 runs off over number 2 in search of 146 for victory. They are some 9 runs better than where the pointers would have been at the end of over number 2. It's 20 for no loss. It's going to be Newman to continue. It's going to be bowling to Davis. Davis, he's on 9. With him is Kishon Richardson. He's also on 9. Here is Newman to bowl to Davis. Davis is dropped. Davis is dropped. The ball peeling off the edge, and the keeper putting it down. And the ball runs down to close to the third man boundary. And Delano Mussington fetches it, and so score moves on to 22. 22 for no loss. Opportunity going a begging there, Tony.
Certainly, opportunity going at begging. We would have seen where the Mary Prince benefited, scoring some 69 runs to the cause of the blowing point pointers. The pointers will certainly not want to return the favor.
Newman to Davis. Davis is looking for a big hee-haw. No one seemed to have come off. Is it an inside edge? Yes, peeling off an inside edge. And benefits, he gets one. It's 23. Anyway, Davis, he's on to 12. He's on to 12, which is the left-handed batsman comes into strike. Newman is going to come over the wicket to the left-handed batsman. Left arm over the wicket to Kishan Richardson. Passes the umpire. And he stops. Now he breaks into his walk. Passes the umpire. Ball to Richardson. Richardson is forward. Driving through to extra cover. This is going to be runs. It's going to get close to the fence. It was only a mere push. They've gone for one. We'll come back for a second. And that's all they're going to be. Good bit of feeling, but the running is really not the best that we have seen at all. But that was just a mere push through the offside, and the ball raced up the hill. And good looking shot there by Kishan Richardson. This one moves on to 25, and Richardson moves on to 11. Newman to bowl to Richardson again. Richardson, this one is looking to force it down to mid-off. It could be dangerous here. Chuck comes in, doesn't hit the stump. Looking for a direct hit. Richardson gets home, and the total moves on by 1 to 26. Richardson moves on to 12. 26 for no loss, in search of 146 for victory. It's happy Mother's Day to all of our mothers. And you have a wonderful day. It's your day. Celebrate, enjoy it. We do appreciate that what you have been doing. Here is Newman to bowl to Davis. Davis is hitting this one over the top of long off and down to the boundary for 4. Good looking stroke by Davis. Newman overcompensating, and good looking shot there by Davis over the top of mid off, capitalizing on the power play and making use of the vacant space. There are acres of space in there over the top, and he capitalized in there, and the total moves on to 30 for no loss.
Well,
Newman will look to come back here. Long on and point, the only 2 men out. Newman to Davis. Davis is hitting this one, and it's dropped. Prince! Is that Prince? Look very much like Prince, the Mary Prince at extra cover. He got an opportunity, and he gave that opportunity. Will Davis capitalize? Oh, he benefited some 60 runs, Prince. And he said, you know what? I can give back the favor. And he has. Davis has been dropped on 16. He moves to 17, and the total to 31. 31 for no loss at the end of over number 3.
Certainly show, Millie, that the pointers may be kicking themselves, because we saw in this particular over we had 2 chances going up begging there, and these batters are really looking very, very serious in the rate at which they are scoring. So far, we are at the moment scoring 10.1 run and over after over number 3, so 31 runs to the good, not having losing a wicket. We saw where the blowing pointers, after a good solid start, would have faltered, especially in the latter stages, like from over number 15 to over number 20, where they were not able to push the scoring rate at all. And here we see these 2 batters are really going great guns, and looking like a different Razor Massive team this year.
Yes, they are indeed. Well, it's one of the first game. It's going to be Herbert. Is it a Herbert? Herbert is going to be taking up the attack from the commentator's booth end. After just 1 over from Delano Mussington, he has given away to Herbert. And Right arm off spinner is going to be bowling to Davis. Davis has been brutal against the spinner so far. 17 years. Richardson is on 12. It's 31. 31 for no loss. Over number 4. The remaining Gishal Technical Center will come alive at 5. Here is Herbert, and he stops and turn back. He's going to try again. Number 12 on his back. Moves away to bowl to Davis. Davis is hitting this one. The fielder is waiting and drops it. And drops it. That will not be Hughes at all. You cannot hit those things near to Hughes. Hughes will take them. And he's dropped there. And score moves on by 1 to 32. Davis moves on to 18. If you hit those things to Carlisle, he's taking them. That wasn't Carlisle. That seemed to be, is it Carmichael or Gomez? Here is going to be Herbert. Hans Akimbo. Oh, disappointed. You understand why. Ball to Richardson. Richardson is, getting one. That one is pitched way down the leg side. Loud up here, but that was just hopeful. It was pitched. It needed another 4 sets or something in order to get the ball on the stump. That's way down the leg side. Here is Herbert to try again. The ball to Richardson. Richardson is hitting this one down to the man on the circle. And this can be dangerous. Oh, Richardson gets home. He's on by 1. He's on 13. Score moves on by 1 to 33 in the course of over number 4. Over number 4 being bowled by Herbert from this the commentator's booth end. Davis taps away. Waits for Herbert. When Herbert gets there, he finds Davis hitting this one for 4. He hits this one to the right of Newman. A bit of fumble there, clumsy bit of a walk there by Newman, and it goes away for 4. He moves to 22 and the total to 37. 37 for no loss. And well, Tony, they are going and the horse is galloping to 146. Will they be able to maintain this? Will they get there? It's all left to be seen. Cricket, a game of glorious uncertainty. Here is Herbert to bowl to Davis. Davis is in this one. And the man Walker is on attendance, but he can give it up now because that has gone for 4. That's a lovely stroke. He just punched it, and even though it was going up the hill, it raced away over this fast outfield for 4 more.
Well, the pointers might be asking for a digital strategic timeout, merely because they have been just giving away runs, dropping catches.
Here is Howard to bowl to Davis. Davis is looking for a big hee-haw. He held it up. He slowed it up. It is 41 for no loss. 41 for no loss. At the end of over number 4, it is Davis on 26. Richardson is on 13. And the next voice you are going to hear is the man, after comments from Tony, is that of Keith Stonegraves.
Certainly, Millie, as I say, welcome back to Keith. And the Razor Massive are really going great guns. CS scoring at a clip 10.1 run and over Keith, and the pointers not looking themselves, looking to strategize to make sure that they get the ball being pitched in the right place. They're dropping a lot of catches, giving away the runs that they don't have because they only would have scored a 145. It could be all over in a matter of time, Keith.
41 for no loss. 4 was completed. Davis really powering on here. 26 not out, 13 to Richardson. And the new bowler is, that's Hughes. Is that Carlisle?
Yeah.
So it's Carlisle Hughes from the southern end of the ground as the clouds begin to bank slightly towards our east. It's getting a little overcast at this time. Still with some sun, but it's murky sunshine. As Carlisle goes in, both left arm around the wicket. This one comes off the pad, goes into the onside, and there is no run. So, in fact, the signal from the umpire, was there a signal? A wide, yes. 42 it is. This is the start of the 5th over. Been bowled by the left arm spinner from the far end. Carlisle Hughes comes in now. Goes to Richardson, who strokes this one back up along the pitch. There's no run. Certainly the Pointers will need to tighten things up. They got to 91 before they lost their first wicket, so they would have gotten a good start, and so too here now. Razor Massive going at 146. This is a full toss. It comes off the top portion of the bat, but it's safe. Coming down to a very fine third man. They turn for the second run, which they will get quite easily. Richardson, he goes to 15, and it's 44 now. 44 for no loss in this the 5th over. It's Hughes again from the far end. Still within the power play. This one is again outside the line of the leg stump. Let's wait to see if there'll be a signal from the umpire. There's no signal. Coming off the front pad and just ricochets into the onside. The keeper coming from behind the stumps to pick it up, and there is no run. 44 it is. Over number 5. Hughes comes in. Balls to Richardson, who drives nicely through the offside field. Out to long off. Fieldsman fumbles, but keeps it well under control. Another run for Richardson. He goes to 16, and it's now 46. 46 it is for no loss. And we're still in over number 5. Target for the Razor Massive, 146 if they're to win. 9 wickets to be taken, 10 wickets to be taken by the Pointers here to win this contest. Davis it is now. Looks up and sees Carlisle, comes in, bowls to Davis. Davis drives back up along the pitch. The bowler feeds well to his own bowling. There's no run. Davis in tremendous form. 26 really powering strokes to all corners of the brown hair. Nice touch player. Hits it very hard as well. He was shot outside the leg stump. Pulled away mercilessly through mid-wicket, and that's 4 runs. That was a rank long hop, and Davis made no mistake. Got into his wicket. The 50 comes up. So the 50 has been posted. Tony, 5 overs completed. The Razor Massive set 146 to win this contest. They are now 50 for no loss. 31 to Davis and 16 to Richardson.
Yes, these two batters, Keith and Davis and Richardson, they are moving along nicely and pushing the score and the scoring at a brisk pace here. Hughes just at that last ball there, just messing up the over, so to speak, giving a free hit away after he would have bowled nice and tight to only limit the batter to only 3 runs. Just maybe over pitching that one a bit, and in the batter there in Davis making no mistake.
Herbert, number 12 on his back, will pick up over number 6 from this the commentary box end. So after this over, they feel can be spread a bit more, but certainly into the final over of the power play. 50 for no loss, Razor Massive. Target 146. 10 wickets for the Pointers. 49? 49 I've been told. Gone ahead of myself. So it's 49. Thank you very much, scorer. As Herbert goes in and bows this one to Richardson, goes back and taps it into the offside field. And there is no run. 49. 49 it is. For no loss. As Herbert goes in and bows this one to Richardson, who cocks this one high in the air. They go through, and he's going to be run out quite easily in the end. Just plodding the ball up, popping it up onto the onside field. That looks like Mossington coming in from short mid-wicket. And Richardson was out of his ground. Davis wasn't interested, didn't respond. So the first wicket goes down for the Razor Massive at 49. Yes, that of Richardson run out for 16. It's 49 for 1, Razor Massive.
Razor Massive, and Richardson there livid with himself, beating the batter on his pad there, basically giving it away there. And the pointers will certainly feel happy that they would have seen the back of one of these two batters, because they were really scoring at a brisk pace and going great guns here, and they're certainly looking to peg the scoring back much quicker here, Keith, as this game can slip away from them very easily. Batsman that's looked like Ashan.
Yes, that's the captain. Ashan Hodge is going out, did well with the ball, got a few wickets, restricted the pointers to 145. At one stage the pointers were 91 for one after somewhat 12 or 11 or 12 overs, but restricted the middle order, crumbled in the hole. Ashan Hodge playing a major part in this. Let's see what he will do with the batter this time. He will be joining Davis, who's batted well. Davis has got 31 runs to his name. The man just gone for 16 by the run-out route, Keyshawn Richardson. It's 49 for 1, and we're in over number 6. It's been bowled by Andrew Herbert. Right arm off breaks from this, the commentary box here. Offside field, short third man, a man at point, extra cover, mid-off. Short extra cover, short backward square, and just forward of the square leg umpire. Mid-wicket slightly deepish. There's a wide long on as Herbert prepares to bowl his first delivery to the Razor Massive captain Ashan Hodge. 49 for 1, Razor Massive. The target, again, we need to keep reminding you, is 146. Captain Leon Lake making some further changes to the field. He's going into the onside, going into a short mid-wicket, in fact, and sending the man down on the deep backward square, on the deep square leg boundary. Close in mid-wicket in Lake, the captain. Herbert misses his run. Bowling his first delivery to Ashan Hodge. Comes in now. Also Hodge gets a good delivery, and Hodge comes quietly, easily, competently behind this one, pushes the ball back up along the pitch. On the offside, and there is no run, so the score is kept on 49. It is for the loss of 1. Davis, Richardson the man out, run out for 16 as Herbert goes in, bows to Hodge, and goes back and stays this into the offside field and calls Davis through for an easy single. So Hodge is off the mark immediately, and that now brings up the 50 for the loss of 1. Razor Massive.
Yes, 50 for 1. Razor Massive.
Davis, who's batted well, has played a number of delightful strokes. Seems to be in good nick, good touch. 50 for 1 as Herbert goes in now and bows to Davis. And Davis swings this one. Where's that gone? Gone just behind the keeper. He's going for it. And the catch is taken by the man at short backward square. So could this be the decisive breakthrough that the pointers were working hard for? Davis, the man, goes in this over number 6, the final over before the field can be spread, the final over the power play. Just hitting the ball high in the air to short backward square. The keeper running back from behind the stumps took an easy catch. So Davis goes for 31, and Tony, it's 2 down now for 50.
Yes, swiftly 2 down for 50. And Davis doing all the hard work in the earlier portion and scoring very fast, and you can say just giving his wicket away. They would have just lost the batter there in Richardson, and instead of looking to consolidate, still looking to press on, maybe think that he was seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit this time, didn't get the connection and the desired direction that he would have liked, just scooping it up in the air, and the fielder there just accepting the catch gleefully, and to see the back of a set batter there in Davis. So some consolidation needs to be made here, Keith, but they have got a good foundation, a good platform to do so, and they can certainly maybe take 1 or 2 overs in order to get themselves set and to see themselves in on this pitch here this afternoon.
Well, the new man in to partner Ashan Hodge is Roland Wright. Wright is in there, wearing the number 12 on his jersey. And it will be Herbert to continue to bowl now to Ashan Hodge. This one is outside the off stump. He goes back and forces this through the offside field. The man at extra cover throws himself around, but they take 2 quite easily in the end. So Hodge goes to 3, and it's 52 now. 52. So The loss of 2, Razor Massive again, the target 146. Or 10 wickets to be taken by the pointers. So Hodges 3, Wright yet to score, just replacing Davis, who's gone for 31, as Herbert loops this one up and Ashan drives nicely, comfortably through the offside field, past the man at extra cover. Very well timed. It goes pretty close to the boundary line. They turn for 2, and that's all they'll be. Hodge goes to 5 now, and it's 54 it is at the end of over number 6. So 6 overs completed. Ashan Hodges 5, Wright is yet to score. The batsman out, the batters out, I should say. Davis for 31, and Richardson for 16. 54 for the loss of 2 after 6 overs.
Yes, and going along nicely, but just being pegged back there just a little bit. The Razor Massive, the blowing pointers in the person of Andrew Hobart and Hughes, just tightening things up just a little bit. You've seen where 2 wickets taken in Andrew Hobart's over, not heavily scored runs during that particular over as well, and you can see just a little squeeze being put on the Razor Massive at the rate that they really started off with.
So we've lost a great amount of the sunshine. Lightly overcast at this time. The light is still good. 54 it is, Razor Massive. 6 overs gone of 20. The target 146. Carlisle Hughes will continue from the far end, left arm around the wicket, bows this one to a Wright, who drives powerfully into the offside field and is wonderfully taken by the fieldsman there. That looks like the Demari Prince. Yes, diving away, showing his class. And so Wright gets off the mark, he's 1. The score is now 55. 55 it is for 2. Ashan takes guard from umpire Proctor. The other umpire I kept saying Burton, he should have been Morton. Mitchell Morton. Here is Carlisle. On the wicket to Ashan, turns this one nicely into the onside field and calls right through for the single. They should get 2. It's been misfielded by the man at backward square. This is not good at all. Not good cricket. Not good cricket at all. 56 it is. 57. 57 for 2. This is a nice gripping contest. We recall the pointers were at one stage 91 for 1 when they batted. Here is Carlisle. Puts this one up. It's driven through the offside field, powerfully out to the man on this deep cover boundary. Ashan Hodge just coming onto the front foot and driving nicely. 58 now. 58. The loss of 2. Hodge goes to 6. This one is outside the off stump, and Wright goes back and dabs this, looking to find the man at backward point. That's Delano Mossington, the tall figure, getting down nicely and quickly, moving smartly to his right. Score is kept on 58. Here is Carlisle with a good delivery, good left armour. That one coming with the arm into the pads, pushed into the offside field by Wright, and there is no run. Some good cricket here now. Some pointers looking to tighten things up after Davis and Richardson gave them a good start. This one is hit through the offside field over the top, but there's a man out there. Deep cover boundary, a sweeper, and just another run to Wright. Wright is on 3, I take it. Wright is 2, and Kishon has 8. Kishon is 8. So Kishon is 8, and it's 59. 59 for 2. We're seeing a free hit. There was a no ball, so umpire Proctor signaling, just twirling the right arm over his head, indicating it's a free hit. For height, I believe, on that occasion. Here is Carlisle Hughes in now to Kishon, who's looking to force it to the onside, and there's a bit of a mix-up in the running, crisscrossing each other, but in the end it's safe, they didn't collide. And Kishon got himself another run. He goes to 9, and it's 60. 60, not capitalizing on that free hit. 61 I've been officially informed by our official scorer, Livingston Clifton. Thank you so very much. So 7 completed, and it's 61 for 2. Kishon is 9, and Wright has got 2. Ashawn is 9, and Roland Wright is 2.
Yeah, Keith, and good over there, bowled by Hughes. We saw him in the field last year, really bowling very well. And so far, just conceding some 11 runs from his 2 overs so far. And so looking to tighten things up here and looking to really turn the screws on the Razor Massive. But what I can say though, the Razor Massive, the batters, they are really putting some pressure on the fielders as well, running each and every single very quickly and making the fielders missed quite a bit.
It's Herbert to continue now into Hodge, stays this one down to that very fine third man, fine and short third man, gets himself another run. He goes to double figures now. Ashawn goes to 10, and it's 62 now, 62 for 2. Roland Wright, who's got 2, comes into strike. Just remarking or retaking his guard from umpire Morton, standing at this commentary box end, the northern end of the ground here at the James Ronald Webster Park. Gripping cricket, followed closely. As Herbert goes in, this one is short and he goes back and forces this through the offside field. That's 4 runs. That's a lovely stroke. Short outside the off stump, gave himself some room. And he just crashed it through the offside field, through that cover gap. And he just raced away over the turf here at the James Ronald Webster Park. Into the boundary it goes for 4. Lovely stroke there from Wright. He goes to 6. And the score on by 4 to 66 now for the loss of 2 Razor Massive. Going at 146 in this over number 8. Coming up after this one, Doc Bryan Jr. will be in the seat alongside, I think, Sambo will be in here as well to continue the broadcast. Here is Herbert now in, bows to Ashaw to Wright, pushes this one into the offside field, calls Hodge through very quickly for another run. So Wright is 3, and Ashawn has got 10.
6.
Wright is 6, I beg your pardon. 6 to Wright, 10 to Hodge, and it's 63. 63 for the loss of 2. 2 batters just meet in mid-pitch to have a chat. Just planning their strategy. Captain Leon Lake of the Pointers just making a few changes. The umpires also had a brief meeting. 67 it is. 67. 67 it is. 67. 10 to Hodge and 6 to Wright. 7 to Wright. Yes, 7 to Wright. I had 6 on my sheet, but the official scorer, that's the man who we get it all from. This one is up outside the off stump, driven nicely to the offside field, but they go straight out to the sweeper on the boundary. And Hodge gets himself another run. 68 now. 6-8 for 2. This is over number 8, being bowled from this commentary box end. Here is Herbert, Andrew Herbert, right arm over the wicket, short, and this one is tugged down to the man on the boundary, and he takes the catch. That's a wonderful catch. He leaned into it, and he took a catch on the deep square leg, the boundary. That looks like that's Damari Prince, I think it is, and it went into his hand. So another wicket goes down here. That was Wright, I think it was, swinging to the onside, not keeping it down. And he's picked the man out, picked Prince out. So another wicket goes down. It's now 68 for the loss of 3. Remember, the Razor Massive need to get 146 if they are to win this. So Tony, will you have further comments from you while we have the new batsman coming in? Samuel Theodore will come in to replace Tony, and Doc Jr., Doc Bryan Jr. will take over from me.
Yes, certainly, Keith. The Going Point Pointers just basically getting themselves together, and they would have picked up some 3 wickets and was able to tail the scoring, so to speak, And at the moment, they are trying to defend the 145 runs that was scored by them in their third at bat. The fielder over there, he would have put a catch down, and this time redeeming himself this time, making sure that he would have gathered that one and did so really nicely. Just before Sambo comes in, I just want to make mention of our sponsors, Dr. Mauro J. Sander, American University of Anguilla, Aurora Resort, and Gulf Coast, Nagico Insurances, Carita Walgreen Glen Home, Zemi Beach Hotel, Digicel, Republic Bank of Anguilla, the National Caribbean Commercial Bank, Student Food Supermarket, Anguilla Electronic Radio Anguilla, Best Buy Supermarket, Class FM 92.9. We have Clean Stream, Lloyd Live, and Mega Charles, all of our sponsors.
So Challenger's a new batsman. He'll be replacing the just gone Rolando Wright, caught down at the boundary of the bowling of Herbert. Herbert will continue now. Herbert into bowl to the new man Sinclair. Challenger, who's turning into the leg side, will pick up a single off the mark straight away. Score moves on to 69-4-3, and I must say with the shift in the batting lineup for the Razor Massives, they are starting to look a bit deeper now because they still have Lanville Harrigan in the shed. As I say, good afternoon once again to Sambo.
Yes, good afternoon. We are here, and the score is ticking over very quickly. Although they have lost wickets, but they are moving at a very quick rate here, about 8 runs and over, chasing 146 for victory.
So it is going to be, looks like Hughes to continue the bowling, his left arm off spin from the polyclinic end. He is bowled well thus far. He will be bowling to the new man in Challenger. Man sweeping on the offside, a long on and the deep mid wicket, the men out right now. To the new man in Challenger. Hughes in again. And this one is driven down the ground. It will not be stopped by Khalid Hughes, and it will be a single. The 70 has been brought up. It's 74-3 in the course of over number 9. They have been ticking along quite well, have the Razor Massives. Good run rate in chase of 146 for victory. Khalid Hughes will be bowling between the umpire and stumps, tossing the ball hand to hand as Sean Hodge retakes his guard. Hughes now around the wicket to Sean Hodge, who's trying to cut at that one that was very wide of the off stump, but it will not be called a wide by the umpire. So the dot ball score remains at 70 for the loss of 3 wickets. Hughes in again now to bowl to Ashawn Hodges. Slow and flighted up. Ashawn goes up and over mid-off. It was a full toss. It will be 1 bounce into the rope for 4 runs.
Yes, that was a glorious shot indeed. He waited on it and dispatched it towards the boundary at long off.
It was a rank full toss. He tried to flight this one up, but got it horribly wrong, and Ashawn Hodge made him pay. He's batted well here at number 3. Usually has opened the batting for the Razor Massives, but again they seem to have extended their batting lineup by promoting a few guys up the order like Kenroy Davis and Kishona Richardson. So they still have Lanville Harrigan in the shed still to come. They also have the likes of Alric Rogers and Eversley Brown, who can hold a bat.
Yes, I saw them in the practice session. Ron was doing very well in the practice session they had on Wednesday.
It will be Hughes again to Ashawn Hodge, shorter and wider. This one will be called a wide. Score moves on to 75. 75 the score, still for the loss of 3 wickets. Ashawn Hodge is on, I believe, 15. I believe he's on 15. Hughes again short and wide, and once again will be called a wide. So Giving away a few runs now is Khalid Hughes. Not as tight as he was last season. He was very economical last season. Now he's bowling a bit looser, giving away a few more runs. Season again to Ashawn Hunt. That's a much better line, and Ashawn is just going to push it back down towards long off for only a single.
Yes, he was bowling much better in the last season, but now he's giving umpire Proctor good exercise by exercising those wides.
Khalid Hughes between umpire and stumps. Now to both the challengers. Short and wide again. Challenger will shoulder arms. It will be no run. Hughes again. To both the challenger. Challenger's forward. He is wrapped on the pads there. The appeal does go up, but umpire Proctor is unmoved. He says just leg buys as they did run a single.
You see, umpire Proctor was not interested in that appeal. He just waved and signaled to the scorers of a leg by.
We are into the course of over. We are after 9 over, sorry. It is 78 the score. 78 for the loss of 3 wickets. The scoring rate is at a very good pace right now. Scoring at above 8 runs and over, nearing 9 runs and over. Scoring at about 8.7 runs and over as Ashawn Hodge has had a change of bat. It will be Herbert to continue. It's a deep square leg, deep cover on the offside, a long off and a long on in place. Third man is about halfway back. Herbert to bowl to the man Sinclair Challenger, who turns it down to the leg side for just a single.
You see, there are many gaps in the field. Here you don't have to do anything out of the ordinary. Just play very straight through the gap and start to run.
The run rate is very good at this present moment, so they can afford to look to consolidate and try to not lose any more wickets, because they wouldn't want to expose their lower middle order as it's pushing to the offside now for a single.
Yeah, that's the idea. Just play it into the gaps and run, because they are ahead on scoring at run rate.
So it's Herbert again. He has a wicket, and he will bowl now to Challenger, who's trying to cut but is beaten outside the off stump. It will be no run.
I said this ball was too close to him to try to play the cut shot.
It was a bit too close for him to cut. Herbert once again into bowl to Challenger, into the delivery. Challenger is back, and it looked like it wrapped him on the pads, but was a very high and wide, so there was no appeal. 80 the score, 80 for the loss of 3 wickets for the Razor Massives in the course of over number 10. Herbert to Challenger, and Challenger's forward and pushing defensively back to the bowler Herbert for no runs. Much better over from Andrew Herbert.
Yes, he has settled down and hold his own, and he is within himself now, bowling properly at this time.
Herbert, the Challenger, who's again forward, pushing into the offside for no run. He's forcing the batsman to play a lot more defensive. The run rate has dropped to just around 8 now, and at the end of over number 10, we are at the drinks break. It is 80 for the loss of 3 wickets. We've had just 2 runs of that over. 80 for 3 going into the drinks break, where in the power play, the man Kenroy Davis was striking the ball very well, scored 26, who was partnered by Kishon Richardson, who scored, I believe, 13. And now Ashawn Hodge and Challenger are continuing to take the attack to the pointers after Wright was dismissed for 7, caught up the bowling of Herbert, as I will say good afternoon to Ralph Hodge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brian. Quite an interesting day for cricket here. We've been treated with all kind of shades for the day. At one point in time, a little drizzle, another point in time, hot sun, and now it's extremely cool and nice. I'm sure the feeling in batting side would love it out there. The Island Harbour team getting a very useful start, getting a little careless and lost a couple of quick wickets. We are now 3 wickets down. We are on 80, so we are talking another 67 runs and another 10 overs. So we are going at under the required rate of the established rate of 7.6, I think, or 3 it was. Now we are down to 6.6, 6.7. So it's a possibility that it's a reaching distance, but certainly the batsmen will have to work for the runs. The pointers will not give it away. And knowing Ashan is quite a greedy batsman, if you could use that term. One who loves batting and the one who would want to stay out of there all day. And it's important that he does that if Island Harbour will actually challenge in the end.
Yes, and I was speaking to the Mari Prince earlier from the Pointers, and he did tell me that as the pitch goes on during the innings after the roll, it becomes a lot drier and a lot more difficult for batting. And we did see that prove true in the Pointers innings when they started so well, just 91 when they lost their first wicket, and then pretty much collapsing after that, only getting to 140. And we may be seeing the beginning of that in this innings as well, as the run rate is starting to slow down. It was somewhere around the 9 area a bit earlier, now down to 8 at 84.3. And we'll see how these two batsmen, Ashan Hodge and Challenger, are able to overcome this difficult time for batting, as it would seem. They do have a veteran level, Harrigan still in the shed, and we know how dangerous he can be on his day.
Yeah, the 8 runs is actually what would have taken place, the 8-run average, because we only have 67 more runs to go, and we are talking 10 overs, which makes the required rate even lower than 8. And certainly, if Ashan gets into it, and then you have somebody giving him a bit of support higher up, and Lanville Harrigan comes lower down, we do not know what will happen, but it's still a major match going on. Both sides think they have a chance in it. Right now, the edge seems to be to the batting side, but cricket is such a funny game. We will have to watch it as we go along.
I must say the addition of Kenroy Herbert has been a big addition for the Razor Masters, because he extends their bowling lineup, which means they now have, 3 or 4 pacers, and he also opens the batting, it seems like. So it allows for Lanville Harrigan and Ashan Hodge to come in a bit later, which also deepens what seemed at the time, or at the start, to be a rather top-heavy batting lineup. But with Rolando Wright and Kenroy Davis's ability to bat, as well as Kishan Richardson's availability right now, he was injured last season for most of last season, but he's now available and healthy in this tournament, and that certainly extends the Razor Masters batting lineup a fair few spots.
Well, certainly the Blowing Point team, they have some reasonably good batsmen. Like you have Walker at the top, and they like guys who can really hang around. The young man whose name you spoke to, who gave a comment on the pitch, they seem to be good batsmen in terms of our cricket. And you're going to have to dislodge them if you're going to do much harm, early harm, as far as the Pointers is concerned.
Well, this young man is a game changer. It looks like it's going to be Jaden Carmichael who'll be taking up the attack from the Polyclinic end. He'll be assisted by the wind. He bowls left arm off spinner, and the wind blowing from the east to the west will assist him in getting turn. He'll be moving the ball away from the right-hander. Jaden Carmichael, the left-arm off-spinner from St. Kitts and Nevis, did play for the West Indies under 19 as well. Carmichael now into bowl to Ashan Hodge, and Hodge is back in, looking to push, can't get it past the extra cover fielder. It will be no runner.
Well, certainly a real phenomenal cricket to have a left-arm off-spinner, something you virtually do not hear about in the game at all.
Here he is again, Carmichael. Short and wide, Ashan Hodge looks to cut, but can't get it past the fielder. Maybe trouble here, and he will be gone. Challenger came for a run by himself. Ashan Hodge sent him back. He could not get back in time. And once again, for the second game in a row, right after the water break, a wicket has fallen.
Yeah, certainly very, very, very careless batting. We cannot call that a lapse in concentration. Very careless running between the wicket. The ball is hit quite hard, straight to cover. Where are you straying out of your crease? The shot was virtually not properly completed, and the challenger looking for a run, and that's a bit unfortunate.
Well, challenger, he was knocking the ball around just a bit, but the new batsman does come in, and it looks like it may be Eversley Brown, I believe, who's strolling into the middle. He can strike the ball a fair distance, can Eversley Brown?
Yeah, this is very interesting because playing quite a lot of cricket with Eversley Brown, we all knew him to be a number 11 batsman, and we mean a number 11 batsman. Over the last couple of years, his batting has improved significantly. Seeing him up the order, there's virtually no surprise.
Yes, and a player who his journey has pretty much mirrored is the man from Ireland. We'll get his name to you shortly. Can't remember it off the top of my head right now. But it's Carmichael again, now into bowl to Ashon Hodge, and Hodge is driving through the offside. And again now, Brown comes for a run by himself, and that's two catastrophic errors in running between the wickets in a row. Can you believe it? Eversley Brown has gone without facing a single delivery, running a single by himself once again, and the Razor Massives are all of a sudden capitulating.
Well, certainly in one-day cricket, if I'm going to have to lay blame, now I'm going to lay the blame on Ashon. That ball was played very far away from the middle of the wicket, and I don't see, middle of the pitch rather, and I don't see any reason why he did not go for the run. Because Brown was more than halfway down, had to turn back, and was just barely run out.
Well then, can you believe it? We just saw that error occur the ball before. They came back and they made the exact same error.
And how unfortunate things can happen, and certainly one would have expected Brown to stay out in the middle with Ashon, but something to note, if there is a weak part of Ashon's cricket, is his running between the wicket, his ability to judge a run, and we've seen that with him on many occasions. A fantastic batsman, but then for some reason he hasn't gotten the running between the wickets correct.
It's been a problem of his for a long period of time, and it's still plaguing him. The person I was referring to just now was Andrew Balbirnie from Ireland, and we didn't even get to see the man even get a chance to score any runs today. Eversley Brown didn't get a piece of delivery, but that was Carmichael. And Ashon sweeps down towards the backward square leg area. Man comes across from the sweeper boundary on the leg side, but they will get two. Ashon moves on to 19 now, and the score has finally reached 82, finally getting off of 80.
Getting off 80 was quite a good shot, but just before getting off 80, losing two unnecessary wickets.
All of a sudden it's 82 for 5. The scoreline does not look as good as it did a couple balls ago. Carmichael to Hodge, who's back, and pushing into the offside, will not get a run.
Certainly quite a nice line from the bowler. He was somewhere just outside the off stump, spinning back into the batsman. Not quite a lot of turn, but a very good line and length.
Carmichael again. And Ashon Hodge is trying to punch into the offside, and again there's a bit of miscommunication. Luckily for them, Delano couldn't collect cleanly on the first attempt.
Well, certainly the running between the wicket now is becoming a common, because on all three occasions it was virtually the same thing. Unfortunately, in two of the cases, a wicket was lost via the run-out route. On this occasion, it was not. I know this will be weighing heavily on the batter's mind in terms of Ashawn Hodge, but he's out there. He has to just settle down and go ahead playing his cricket.
Well, these partnership right here will be critical if the Razor Massives were to chase down this target. They wouldn't want any of these guys to get out right now, as it looks like the man level Harrigan has gone into the middle now. Adam Washington will be brought back now from this commentator's box end, as Nigel is the new batsman. So still no Lanville Harrigan, still no Lanville. We still await him, and I wonder if he's saving himself for the very end. We can come in and just smash around the ball a bit.
Well, I believe that may be the trend of thought at the moment. I will wait and see what happens, and then when I come in, maybe I will be in a position to have a fling at it with the best of the bowlers from the pointers out of the way.
Nigel Hodge, a new batsman. They may want him to stick around until possibly the 15th or 16th over, when Lanville will look to make his way into the middle. Delano Mussington, who was smashed around just a little bit by Kenroy Davis in the power play. He's back on for his second spell now, having just bowled the 1 over, I believe. Mussington into bowl to a new batsman in Nigel Hodge, and Hodge is pushing into the offside. He will get a single.
Certainly very lackadaisical in running. The single was always on, but one would like to see more effort from the batsmen in the middle, more hustle in terms of running the runs. One day cricket is about aggression, and we need to see that more from everybody on the field of play.
So you would want to see a bit more aggression, especially in the running between the wickets. It was good from the pointers to a point, but it's not been the best from the Razor Massives, and they have lost 2 wickets because of it, possibly 3 actually, with Keyshawn Richardson's wicket. Mussington again, now into bowl to Ashawn Hodge. It's Fuller, and Ashawn is driving furiously down towards long off. It will be fielded and returned by, looks like, Oliver Walker, so only a single.
Certainly a fantastic shot on that occasion, all along the ground, just past the bowler, somewhat straight back past the bowler, and there is someone in the deep backing up, or 2 people in the deep backing up, so they could only be a single.
Field being changed now, as it looks like maybe it's an issue with the ball, as the umpires are conferencing right now. It is 84 right now for the loss of 5 wickets, I do believe. 84 for 5.
Well, certainly they are going to have to do some short-term planning. How are we going to approach another 10 runs? How we are going to approach another 10 runs and have small targets if they are going to make any impression in terms of reaching that 146 runs.
It was looking like they were coasting at this chase earlier, but now it's looking a lot more balanced, well balanced. Muskington into bowl to Nigel, and he's knocked over his leg stump. Nigel is bowled. The land of Muskington's pace comes to the fore once again. It was full, it was straight. Nigel, you miss. The land of Muskington says, I hit.
Yes. Certainly pitched a little outside the leg stump, and the batsman in Nigel Hodge virtually allowing all stumps open and lost his leg stump. A loose looking shot on that occasion. The batter should have been playing it straight up the wicket or trying to gently turn it into the leg side, but guilty of going across the line on that occasion, and yet another Razor Massive wicket.
Now he's finally making his way into the middle, probably the lowest he may have ever batted in his career. Coming in at number 8, it's Lanville Harrigan.
Well, certainly Lanville Harrigan is there for moral support in the side. a long-standing hero when it comes to cricket in Anguilla, and one who loves the game, one who wants to see other people doing well in the game. As a matter of fact, comes from a family of brothers, maybe the second biggest brother family in terms of cricket in Anguilla, because the family that would outweigh everyone in that on this island will take a very long time for it to be changed if ever would be the practice, where you have a load of brothers and a load of good cricketers.
Washington, he has come back a lot stronger in this second spell of his. And he's gotten a wicket of Nigel Hodge, who did not look the most comfortable at the wicket. And as we said, as the wicket gets older, it becomes a lot more difficult to bat on.
Certainly the ball is not getting up as high as one would expect, so you're going to have to be playing straight most of the time. Going across the line is not an option on this pitch at the moment.
Mussington, from the commentary box, said number 1 on his back, bowling right arm at medium pace. Over the wicket now into ball to the new man level Harrigan. Harrigan is driving down towards long on very stylishly, will get a single.
Well, certainly the drive is owned by Lanville Harrigan no matter where on the field. He generally plays with a very straight bat, so once you go up to him, he's always willing to carry you down the ground. And Mussington actually laboring a bit, not laboring actually, but lumbering up to the wicket, a big man, and actually getting quite a bit of purchase out of the wicket, because the ball seemed to be dodging in a little, dodging out, and with it not getting any significant height, he will be quite a bit to handle on this pitch.
Well, it's going to be a free hit, as there was a no ball in the previous delivery. Free hit for Ashawn Hodge, who comes across, swings down to the leg side. It's straight down the throat of the man, but it was a free hit, and I don't think that he knows it. It looked like Ricardo John, the fielder there at short mid wicket, who took the catch, and he had no idea it was a free hit.
Certainly the players are not in the game. It's because a free hit was signal. Everybody know the only way you could get out from a free hit is a run out.
Mussington now passes the umpire into ball to Ashawn Hodge, who's driving down to the long on area towards Jaden Carmichael, who does the fielding. It's just a single.
Nice looking shot from Ashawn Hodge on the opinion. A batter of class, pitching somewhere around middle and off stump, coming into Ashawn Hodge, and with a very straight bat, he just hits it on the onside of the fielder out to long on for a single. Little conversation now between Hodge and Harrigan, and certainly they are saying, look, if we can take it through another 5 overs at a respectable rate per over, certainly without losing any hours, things could happen.
After 12, it is 86 for 6. The wickets have certainly fallen here. The scorecard, which was looking so good at the water break at 80 for 3, they've now scored 6 runs in just in 2 overs. The run rate has slowed all the way down to almost a complete halt.
Yeah, it has slowed up, but still the batting side, while would not be the favourites to me at the moment, they still have a go at it. 60 runs off 8 overs could be easy batting if someone gets in control, but it doesn't look like nobody's getting in control.
It'll be Carmichael to continue the bowling as Ashawn sweeps, and the next place you'll be hearing in the hot box will be the man Keystone Graves.
Thank you very much. 86 for 6. So certainly Razor Masses up against it here this time. As we look at the Carmichael coming in from the far end. Left arm around the wicket to Ashawn, who sweeps at this one. A wide will be called on signal, has been called on signal by the umpire. It's now 87. 87 for 6. Razor Massive set 146 to win this game. Carmichael again, left armer. From the far end, around the wicket to Hodge, who comes forward, and there's an appeal for a catch at the wicket. That one spun quite sharply into the gloves of the wicket-keeper. Hodge was pushing forward, and the left arm man getting some bite and turn on that occasion. Very good delivery. 87 for 6. We'll get the scores of for Ashan in just a while. This one is again another good delivery. There's a shout for LBW, but umpire Proctor is not interested. Very good bowling here by Carmichael, and Ashan walks away towards short backward square, trying to keep his concentration. Everything depends on this pair at the wicket now. In Lanville Harrigan leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. 87 for 6. Carmichael is in, also hard outside the line of the leg stump. Sound down to backward square. Nicely stopped there by Andrew Herbert, throwing himself full stretch to his right, and there is no run. Ralph, this certainly is turning into a very gripping contest.
Yes, certainly, Pete. But my favourites at the moment would be the pointers, because this pair means quite a lot to what happens for Razor Massive.
Here is Carmichael again in over number 12. This one goes back. Ashan goes back, pushes this one into the over number 13. In fact, out into the offside, picked up by the captain of pointers. That's Lick, the end of 13, 87 for 6.
And Keith, you have to tell me when last you heard of a left arm off spinner. It's not very common. It's not very common that we hear of a left arm off spinner in cricket. And I am certain maybe this might be the only one that's around at the moment.
So the score is actually 88 for 6 after 13. Ashan Hodge on 21. Lanville Harrigan is yet to score. Again, the target is 146 or 10 wickets for Razor Massive. So far, they've taken 6. Samuel Theodore comes in beside me. Of course, we've got the Queen's Baton Relay all set to get underway here in Anguilla. As we look at Delano Mussington bowling with the third man at point. There's an extra cover, long off, long on, sweep on the deep cover boundary, short fine leg, mid wicket deep, and there's a man right out on the square leg boundary. Delano Mussington, right arm, medium fast. Oh, this one is driven by Harrigan, but straight to the man at extra cover in Leon Lake, and there is no run. Over number 14 in progress, 88 for 6, 21 to Hodge, the captain and non-striker. Pointers getting to 145, one stage 91 for 1. As Mussington runs away from us once more. It's up to the wicket now, bows this one to Harrigan, who drives powerfully out to long on. There's a man rushing off the boundary. Lanville Harrigan gets his first run. He's won. It's 89 now, 89 for 6. Lanville on 2, I beg your pardon. Lanville Harrigan is on 2. Ashan has 21. So Lanville Harrigan, the non-striker, is on 2. Ashan has 21. Slightly overcast conditions. As Delano goes in and goes this one, driven powerfully but straight to the man at extra cover. Lanville explored the possibility of a run, but turned back very quickly.
Yeah, he was backing up too far up. I think got back in time by doing this.
89 for 6. Target 146 or 10 wickets for the pointers. They've gotten 6 so far. Mussington goes in and bowls this one. Oh, that one came back a long way. Beat the batsman, beat the keeper, went down to very fine leg. The throw comes in and into the keeper's end, but that one really that one really came back quite a long way, Sambo.
Yes, that ball really cut back,
really cut
back on that surface here. It was playing very well, but this one very sharp turn, I would say, at this time.
91 it is now. Ashan goes to 23. Harrigan has 2, but that one really came back a long way. And it was quick. One of the quickest deliveries seen all day. Kept low as well. Here is Delano Mussington, right arm, medium fast. He's up, bowls to Ashan, goes back and squirts this out to the man at point. That's Herbert, and there is no run.
Yes, pointers have tightened up right now, and they are making it very difficult for the batting team to reach the target. Very difficult indeed.
It's a question of keeping it tight. Over number 14 in progress. Washington runs away from us. He's up there once more, and this one outside the line of the leg stump, and the call will most likely come. Yes, it has come now. It's a wide. 92 for 6 over number 14.
Still need 50 odd runs to score in 7 overs. They could still do it with some lusty hitting. Harrigan is there, he could do it.
It's going to be a tall order. Lana goes in, balls to Sean. He comes off the outside edge. He's dropped by the keeper. Looking to steer this down to third man. Came off the outside edge. The keeper moved to his right. Couldn't take it. And Hodge gets a life. He's 23, Ashon Hodge. It's 92 for 6 after 14 overs.
Yes, if he had hold on to this, they would be in further trouble at this time. Searching for that ball, and he missed it. He edged it, and the keeper fumbled it a bit.
Yeah, there's a hard miss there for the pointers. Ashon looking to run it down to third man, floor off the outside edge. And the keeper diving away to his right, could not get it into the glove. Floored it. And so Ashon lives to fight another day. As I said, the pair of Harrigan, Lanville Harrigan and Ashon Hodge. This is the pair that will have to do it for their team. 2 most experienced players left in this side, as Carmichael will continue from the far end. Carmichael with Leeward Islands and West Indies youth cricket experience. He'll be bowling to Lanville Harrigan on 2. 92 for 6 is the score. The target is 146.
You see, at one time I thought that they would be further up, about 130 at this time at the rate they were going, but they have slowed down considerably right now.
Yes, they were certainly going well. And you had Davis and Kishon start to give them a good start. But they have certainly slumped. Some very, very bad running between the wickets. 2, 3, 2 run-outs, you know, almost back-to-back. So it's been... so that certainly took the heart out of the Razor Massive. But can Harrigan, Lanville Harrigan and Ashon Hodge take it home for their team Razor Massive? This is always a tight contest between these two teams. Here is Carmichael in now, goes to Lanville Harrigan coming onto the front foot. There's a shout for LBW. Balls ricochets off the front pad and goes to short third man. And there is no run.
Yes, it was a very loud appeal. All the players cried out, but umpire Proctor said not out.
Carmichael, the left arm spinner, bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Lanville Harrigan. Oh yeah, Lanville Harrigan taps away, looks up at young Carmichael as he comes in now and bows to Harrigan. Harrigan drives this one into the onside, out to mid-wicket. The man coming off the deep mid-wicket boundary. And Harrigan gets his third round. It's now 93 for 6.
Yes, he played a very good stroke, but only for 1 run. The fielder came from the boundary and cut it off. He has good strokes remaining in him.
So they certainly need some fireworks, need to get the scoring on quite quickly. The overs are going by quickly. This one is hit high in the air, out to long on. Goes past the fieldsman, and that's 4 runs, or is it? Yes, 4-run signal. So Ashon opening up and lifting this one out to wide long on. The fieldsman came around to his left, but could not save it. It went past him, fell inside the boundary and went across. And 4 more runs to Ashon. He goes now to 27, and it's 97. 97 it is. 97 for 6 in over number 15.
He's trying his best, that he wants his teams to win, so he had played a very lusty stroke into the outfield that went for 4.
He certainly will need a lot more of this type of hitting. Here's Carmichael. Let's see what he does. serves up this time. He comes in now and bows to Ashan. He goes back and stays this one gently. But straight to the man. Short third man. That's Mossington, Delano. There is no run.
Yes, the sun has come out again and we are playing in bright condition once more. It was overcast a while ago. That would help the bowlers.
Yes, it's good to see the sun back with us here at the James Warner Webster. This one is faster, flatter delivery tucked into the onside. Easy single there for the asking for it to be taken, and it is taken. One more to Hodge, 28 years, 98 now for 6. Still in the 15th over. Carmichael is the bowler, left arm bowling around the wicket from the southern end of the ground with the Central Polyclinic sign clearly in our view from our vantage point here on the northern end of the commentary booth. Here is Carmichael, changing now, bowling over the wicket. This one, Harrigan comes forward and steers it gently to the man at short, third man, Mossington fields. Harrigan gets his 4th run. 99 it is now for 6 at the end of over number 15. 99 for 6 after 15.
You see, Harrigan still have the strokes. He played that one very lightly and started running immediately. But he would have to open out so that his team could win.
So the two batters, Harrigan and Hodge, they're having a mid-pitch conference. So too are the Pointers fielding team, led by Leon Lake, having a little chat as the players disperse to the far corners of the James Warner Webster Park. Washington will continue from the commentary box end, and he'll be bowling to Lanville Harrigan. Harrigan is on 4. Keyshawn Hodge, the captain, who got some wickets today, he's got 28. It's 99 for 6 as we're about to start the 16th over. So Sambo, there certainly need to be some runs scored in these next few overs if they'll come anywhere close to the target.
Yes, they will have to go very quickly by about 8 to 9 runs and over. Somewhere thereabout.
Here is Mossington running away from us. He's up now. Bowser Harrigan pulls this one into the onside. They get 1. Yeah, they certainly need more than that. The 100 comes up. So the 100 comes up for the Razor Massive in the 16th over. They're now 100 exactly for the loss of 6 wickets.
Yes, still needing 46 runs to do it in 3.5 overs.
Field pretty much spread now. Third man, back, good point. Extra cover, mid-wicket deep, long off, long on, square leg, short fine leg. It's Delano Mossington, tall figure. Ambles up to the wicket, he's up there now, he bowls outside the off stump. Kishon gets a run, dragging this from outside the offside into the onside out to that straightish mid-on position. He goes to 29 and it's 101 now. 101 for 6.
You see, we would still like to see him hitting more balls into the boundary. Yes, their singles are getting the score over, but 4 runs, they would definitely need to be hitting the ball.
So the Pointers really tightening the screw at this particular stage. Certainly need some good powerful hits, some power hitting now. This one to Harrigan, he hits this one, but only succeeds in dragging it into the pitch. Mossington falling through, picks it up. There's no run. Captain 101 for 6. Over number 16 of 20. Target 146 in case you might be joining us for the first time today. Pointers got to 145 and they batted. Here's Mossington now into Harrigan. Harrigan drives powerfully back past the bowler. Out to long off it comes. There's Oliver. Gets the ball back in to Delano. Harrigan goes to 6 now. Ashawn, who's on 29, comes into strike. It's 102. 102 for 6 in over number 16.
Well, they are trying to rush on with the score right now. That's what they should be doing at this time.
And a dog comes onto the pit, to the field, as though he wants to help the team. This one is played into the offside field. So dog, so we have what, 12? That dog is feeling an extra cover.
Yes, and taking his time moving across.
Taking his time moving across. Oh my, oh my. What a great game of cricket. Delano Mossington, it's 102 for 6 over number 16. Bowling to Hodge on 29. He goes in now, bowls to Hodge outside the off, some driven powerfully out to long off, but there's a man posted there, Oliver. He feels and takes Ashawn Hodge to 30. And it's 103. Yes, 103 for 6 Sambo.
Yeah.
At the end of over number 16.
So we have 4 overs remaining in which to get these runs. One by one will not do it. They need some lusty hitting at this time and bring it home.
So we prepare for over number 17. 103 for 6. Can they do it? Razor Massive. Well, this go to the Pointers. Played well today. Lost their way in their middle, but came back and at least posted a fairly challenging total of 145. We thought they would have gotten to perhaps maybe 180. And the Razor Massive started well with Davis and Richardson. They started out really well, got the score up to close to 50 or thereabouts, started well, but then there was this mini collapse in the middle with 2 unnecessary run-outs, and that certainly set them back.
Yes, they lost their way in the middle. Right now they are just trying to consolidate right now, and Lanfield is trying to take them home.
So Carmichael, I think this will be his final over. Left arm spinner from the far end of the ground. He'll be bowling to Hodge, who's on 30. 103 for 6 over number 17. It's just started. First delivery pushed into the offside field and there is no run. So we could sense the anticipation of a victory for the Pointers, but it's not over till it's over.
See, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties.
Here is Carmichael into Ashawn, who turns this one into the onside nicely. Should get a couple here. But Harrigan, with his size, not being able to move too quickly between the wickets. 31 to Ashawn, and it's 104 for the loss of 6. So Lanville certainly will need to hit some 6s and 4s if he doesn't want to run. He can't. It's very slow between the wickets. So he will need to hit some powerful blows here if the Razor Massive is to get anywhere near the 146 they require for victory. And they're certainly struggling. Straight ends here, I understand, about 70 yards on the straight sides. This one is outside the line of the leg stump, taken on the pad, a shout. Umpire Proctor is not interested. Another dot goes into the scorebook, still kept on 106 for 3 over number 17.
He tried sweeping that ball into the fine leg area, but made no contact.
Carmichael it is. Bowling to Harrigan. Needs to hit a couple 6s and some 4s. This one he dances down and drives powerfully down the ground. But there's a man out there at long on. He'll only get a single. He just ambles through, taking his time. 104 for the loss of 6 over number 17. And it's becoming rather pedestrian-like now. Odds certainly stocked in favor of the Pointers for victory here. Here is Carmichael in now, bows to Ashawn, who hits this one down the ground. It's gone a long, long way. It's gone over the boundary for 6. 110 for 6. Ashawn Hodge really dancing into this one, floated up by Carmichael, the left arm spin, and lofted it high over long on. The fieldsman on the boundary looked up and saw the ball sailing over his head. 6 runs to Ashawn Hodge. He goes to 37, I make it. 111 is the score. 111. 111 for 6.
Yes, he made good connection with that ball.
Very good connection. 111 for 6. The umpire David Shepherd of England, had he been alive, would have been up on his and jumping around. This one is carried up, pushed into the offside field, and there is no run. End of over number 17. 111 for 6.
They still need some 34 runs to get in 2 overs.
111 for 6. 111 for 6 in search of 146 for victory. And just 3 overs remaining. They will have to go at around and about 10 and over from this point in order to get the 146 runs required for victory. They will need 35 from the last 3, going at
That's almost 12 runs
that's
and over.
11 and a half runs and over.
Well, it can happen because 2 sixes is 12. And if you hit 6 sixes, it will be all over. But we'll have to see what happens.
It is going to be the man Newman, I believe, Tarek Newman, who will be back for his second spell. So that's a luxury of having so many bowlers. I haven't had to turn to Oliver Walker to come and bowl some off spin. He did bowl well last season, but he hasn't been required today. At least just yet. 111 for 6. It will be Newman, left arm off spinner between umpire and stumps into Lanville Harrigan, who's looking to cut, wrapped on the pads, but he struck outside the line of the off stump. It will be a dot ball. They've also not had to turn to Damari Prince as well just yet, who also bowls good right arm off spin. Usually a wicket keeper as well, and that's a good luxury when he doesn't have to wicket keep or bowl, just focus on his batting. Newman again, this one a bit shorter, and it's edge, and it has been taken. Lanville Harrigan walks, he's edged it behind, a good catch by the wicket keeper, and is that the end of the chase? Will that be all? I think Lanville Harrigan may have been their last hope, and it will take a miraculous effort from Ashon Hodge for them to drag themselves to a victory.
That was a very poor shot from Lanville. Lanville, the ball was outside the off stump, moving away from him and not playing the attacking shot. He just tried to steer the ball and the ball taking the edge. The first one, he missed it, and the bowler just pitched the exact same delivery a little wider. And then, like, I would have been going for the big shot because it come what may. But unfortunately, a very good catch by the wicketkeeper.
Well, it will be Shaquin Ferguson, the new batsman. Ferguson, not the most recognized batsman, but he is certainly looks capable of hoisting a ball a fair distance. But you will think that if the Razor Massives were to chase down this target, it would come down to their captain and leader, Ashon Hodge.
And while we are waiting for the new batsman, our sponsors, Dr. Meha J. Suda, American University of Anguilla, Aurora Resort and Golf Club, Najiko Insurance, Carita Walgreen Wind Home, Zemi Beach Hotel, Digicel, Republic Bank of Anguilla, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Sid and Pete Supermarket, Anguilla Electronics, Radio Anguilla, Best Buy Supermarket, Class FM 92.9, Streamline, Mega Charles 54 YouTube, and Lloyd's Live. Those are our sponsors. Don't forget, tomorrow is the baton relay. The full program will be on for tomorrow.
Well, it's going to be Newman into the new batsman, who's looking to heave immediately but not making good contact.
And there we have this saga. This saga between the Pointers and Razor Massive.
You'll continue now, the bowler into bowl, and it's short and looking to pull, but completely missing that one. It's a new batsman who I believe is Rogers. Yes, it is Rogers, I believe, who's the new batsman. So that's going to be 112 now, the score. 112. They will need to start scoring a lot faster if they were to want to chase this 146 down for victory. As they will continue now, Newman. Between umpire and stumps. The ball to Ashon Hodge, who comes across and heaves it down towards a deep mid-wicket area. It drops short. They will only get the single.
Yes, not a good shot there, and not carrying to the fielder, but the fielder coming in quickly and just giving them the single.
He's in again now, Newman. Into ball to Rogers, who's wrapped on the pads there, but he was going down the leg side as a judge, so as well by the umpire, so no run. But at the end of over number 18, the score has barely moved. It's 113 for 7.
Needing another 33 runs from 2 overs, this is a big effort. This will be a big task for the Razor Massive. 6 sixes, we'll give it to you. That will be 36. Not anything less than that, you have to go for all big sixes. So from 2 overs, you need 33 runs.
They want to start scoring and start scoring quickly. They'll need about 16 and a half runs and over at this point in time.
Yes, the downfall of the Razor Massive, those 2 runouts back to back, was very unfortunate. But that's the way the game of cricket goes. You know, they were cruising along, and all of a sudden it happens. And then there was yesterday when we had the break. Shortly after the break, we had a breakthrough, and then today again, shortly after the break, there was a breakthrough.
It looks like it's going to be Damari Prince now who's going to be taking up the attack. He will only have the 1 over to bowl today, Damari Prince. Batted well for his half century. That will try to restrict the runs to take his team home to victory. Bowling the penultimate over, which some people call the most pressure over. Penultimate over of a game, especially when the chasing team is within striking distance. Prince bowling right arm off spin over the wicket into Ashawn Hodge, and he doesn't deliver this one, lets this one stay in his hand. He will have to refire. Dead ball signaled. Prince comes in again now. Past the umpire into bowl to Hodge, who steps across and tries to swing himself out of his boots. Misses that one. It will be a dot ball.
Should have been playing that one straight instead of trying to play it into the onside. But I guess he has the big gap between mid-wicket and long on.
Here he comes again. Prince to Ashawn Hodge, fights it up, and Ashawn goes over the offside. 2 men converging. It will fall short. They will run 1 and get the second relatively easily. Ashawn is on to 40, I believe, and the score moves to 115. As it's Prince tossing the ball from hand to hand. Now breaks into his walk past the umpire. Jumps now into bowl to Ashawn Hodge, who's trying to heave again. He's missing again, but it's a wide signal by the umpire. And Prince certainly doesn't agree with it, because he is arguing that Ashawn Hodge stepped across, so the wide line should move. He's now coming from around the wicket. He's changed his angle of attack. Prince into bowl to Hodge. Flights it up and hoists it down towards mid-wicket. They will have to scamper through for a quick single. The Bills have been taken off. Oh, what a wonderful piece of fielding. Ashawn Hodge has to go. Trying to scamper through for a single. He's gone. And with him go the chances for a Razor Massive victory.
That was bad running. The ball was going straight to the fielder. You cannot scamper forward. The ball was traveling too fast. And the fielder just had to come pick up and make a quick throw. And there was the man backing up, and he was run out. The umpire was right there. So there's no error at all on the part of the fieldsman. Poor judgment, as we would say, on the part of Rashawn.
New batsman?
And we noticed that for most of the afternoon with Rashawn. Rashawn is he is misjudging the singles. His judgment for singles is not there. He's calling for the single, and he will start and then turn back. Many times he could get 2 runs and he stayed for 1. But all in all, that was a brilliant bit of fielding. I don't know who the fieldsman was, but he picked it up and he threw it straight back to the bowler's end, and there was the bowler catching it and dispatching the stump. Very good cricket indeed from the pointers.
Well, it will be Eric Rogers who will be facing up now to Damari Prince. Looking to see who the new batsman could be.
New batsman.
I think it's Mitchell Harrigan possibly who's the new batsman. It might be Mitch Harrigan. But Prince will be bowling to Alric Rogers. Long on a long off deep extra cover, a deep backward cover or cover point as Prince comes in now to bowl to Rogers. Rogers heaves down towards mid wicket. He will just get a single. So moves on to 117. 117 in the course of over number 19. For the loss of 8 wickets saw the Razor Massives as Damari Prince will continue. Right arm over the wicket from the polyclinic end, and Mitch chips this one high, doesn't go far, and he's put that one there down, not able to hold on over a tough chance. He was going back, he was over his shoulder, and he had to put in the dive, but wasn't able to quite hold on there. They just get the single. Princeton again. And Rogers heaves it down to the long on fence. He will get a single. 119 the score. 119 at the end of over number 19. It is 119 for 8.
Needing some 27 runs from the last over.
This is cricket. We've seen crazier things happen in cricket.
5 sixes would do.
Even 4 would be very much guaranteed. That would pretty much.
That would be closer,
That
but
would
you
be
need
a lot closer.
4 sixes and a 4.
A couple of runs in
And a
addition
4.
to that, but
nothing is impossible
Nothing
because
is
we know
impossible.
Mitch could hit the ball hard.
back in his day.
In his day, that's correct.
But it is going to be Alric Rogers, the man on strike. He's taken off. Well, he's been here without a helmet, facing the spinners. Good work today by the pointers bowlers and Captain Leon Lake. He's used his bowlers well, rotated them well. As it will be the man Newman to finish up. Will be there to finish up now. Newman bowling the final over. 146 required to victory. They are at 119. Newman into bowl to Rogers, who heaves it down to the long on region. It's hit very firmly, but Jaden Carmichael will do the fielding. They get just a single. They'll need a lot more than that. 26 required from 5 deliveries. Now they need those sixes.
5 will do.
5 will definitely do. Listen again now, Newman. To Mitch, who's down the track and heaving down towards the deep square leg region. He will get 4. It was a full toss, a rank full toss, and he pulled it down to the deep square leg boundary. The man was at a forward square leg, and it was hit very hard. He could only get there to pick it up from behind the boundary rope because it sailed into the boundary. Newman again into Mitch Harrigan, and he's down the track but can only find the extra cover fielder, and Rogers dives back into his ground. He was going for a single, but Mitch, he's not as fast as he used to be. Mathematically, this should be impossible. Newman to Mitch Harrigan, who comes across and is struck outside the line of the off stump, so they will not get the LBW shot they were looking for. But they scamper through for a single.
Yes, he was right across his stumps. No way that would have been LBW. Ball was outside the off stump and he's trying to sweep. And yes, it seems as though he got an edge onto it because there's no signal from the umpire.
Well, it's 21 required from 2 deliveries. Mathematically, this should be impossible, barring a no ball or a wide. As this one is hit high, it's not gone far. It will drop around the extra cover area. They'll pick up one, looking for the second. They do get the second. Score moves on to 127. 127 for the loss of 8 wickets. And this I can say with some surety now that it is a Pointers victory and a well-deserved Pointers victory. Newman, a formality now, this final ball, as Rogers just chips it straight back to the bowler. Newman has a wicket. Rogers will fall on the last delivery, and the Pointers will walk away from this game with the victory. Once again, they have gotten the better of the Razor Massives.
Yes, they have, and this rivalry was from last year, and now it continues. So now the Pointers, they have the better of Razor Massive in this, the first their encounter for the 2022 Anguilla Premier League competition. All in all, it was a very good match. We saw quite a few drop catches, but it's all part of the game of cricket. Recalling that Prince was dropped when he was 9 and he went on to score 69. So all that is part of the game of cricket, as we would say, and that the Razor Massive, the feeling was not all up to par for today. But I guess it's the start of the season. The guys are a bit rusty, so as the tournament goes on, I think that they will all improve.
Yes, and just as Damari Prince said the pitch would play, it did play. He said that once the game gets a few overs old, it becomes a lot more difficult to bat on, and that was certainly shown in this innings today, as Sean Hodge found it difficult to score after that drinks period. He was a bit bogged down, wasn't able to score as freely as he would have liked, and that translated to pretty much all the other batsmen for the Razor Massives who were unable to score runs at a rate that they would have liked to, and a chase that at one point in time would have looked like a certainty has once again faltered. The Pointers in their first innings were looking like they may be touching 200 at one point, but their innings faltered after Damari Prince's wicket fell, and the same thing happened here for the Razor Massives. They were cruising, then after the water break they pretty much faltered as the pitch started to dry out just a bit and the rolls started to wear off just a little bit. It became so much more difficult for batting, but the pitch will continue to get better, as Bobby Black told us, as the tournament goes on, as it starts to bake in a bit more. It will get certainly a lot better.
Yes, and it was a new pitch that was laid down here at the Webster's Park, and it's playing very well so far. And as I mentioned yesterday in my summary of the game, is that if I was playing cricket, I would have liked to bat first on that strip, because it would have been playing the best way in the first innings yesterday. It would have.
And most of the Razor Massives had a very difficult choice whether they wanted to bat first or bowl first, because the pitch would suggest you may want to bat first, but because of the rain around, you'd have thought that maybe they would want to have a bowl first and get the advantage of maybe a reduced total.
Yes, that is so true. But all in all, it ended up a good game. The rivalry continued, and we saw Razor Massive going down to the Pointers. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, listeners, wherever you are. Razor Massive going down there to the Pointers. Pointers 145 off of their allotted 20 overs, and the Razor Massive 126. So there, we invite you to join us again Saturday, and we'll have another match here at the Webster's Park. So on behalf of my fellow commentators and commentsmen, I'm Renford Kelsick, wishing you a pleasant night and turning you back to our studios.
Everyone to laugh.
How about the Father's Day? He said today's Father's Day. You're going well. You're going to get better. You're going to get better.
Thanks for the exposure.
That's right. You're welcome. That's what
I'm coming. No, yeah, no. Yeah, I'm coming. Yeah, that's what we do.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo estás? Ay, papi, ¿cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo estás?
Hey, yo, Swat, what the drivers like to them, I've been for this really, boy. This thing try, she got a juice. She got a juice. She got a juice. My girl, she got a juice. All of the yelling, bend down. This one don't make you wish that you could have